Chapter 1233. Zhang clan Li Qia came out of the hall and sat on a stone step to gaze at the vast sea and its unrestrained waves while the soft breeze blew. This went on quietly for some time. Zhang Baitu didn't know Li Qia's origin. In his eyes, the youth was too mysterious and simply impossible to speculate. Zhang Baitu couldn't help but ask, "Young noble, where did you come from?" "From where I should." Li Qia looked over at Zhang Baitu and said, "I see that your cultivation is needlessly complex and unrefined. There's your own clan's merit law, then there are the incantations from the sea demons and internal strengthening from the Treants. This is very chaotic, so your blood energy isn't flowing well." Zhang Baitu was surprised after hearing this. Li Qia being able to see through him despite being so young made him feel quite dejected. "After the seniors left, I couldn't learn a lot beyond the elementary basics, so I had to go outside to find teachers. I joined many sects but failed to make much progress and had to return to the 100 Saints Hall in hopes of being able to live the rest of my life here like a falling leaf returning to its roots." A great sadness was expressed by his eyes. There were too many words he wanted to say, but he kept it brief. So it turned out that after the seniors of his clan passed away, he couldn't learn the remaining merit laws as they were missing. He wasn't willing to give up, so he left his home to find masters. Who knows if it was due to his own inability or some other reasons. Either way, this search didn't go smoothly. In this process, he learned very slowly, and the same went for his cultivation. In fact, very slow wasn't enough to describe his cultivation. As slow as a snail's pace was a more appropriate analogy. It was slow to the point where the sects he had joined agreed to let him leave. Sometimes he even left of his own volition. For many sects, there was no leaving after joining. However, there was no cure for Zhang Baitu's cultivation speed. To put it bluntly, even if he didn't want to leave, they would want him to leave eventually. Having such a disciple was simply losing face. Just like this, he joined one sect after another but amounted to nothing. He eventually joined too many sects in the Dragon Demon Sea and became quite well known. Everyone called him Zhang Baitu. It referred to him being the disciple of too many sections. No one even remembered his real name. The Zhang clan was one of the founding families, so this feeling of indignation is unavoidable. "I don't know." Zhang Baitu spoke. "Dongting Lake has no ill will towards me, as far as my generation is concerned. I don't know much about the conflicts back then, only that after leaving, my ancestors didn't want to return to the lake. They settled here instead, and this has been our home ever since. 1,000 years of anger, it is time to let it go." Li Qia only grinned. He didn't know much about the power grab between these descendants since he couldn't bother finding out about this rotten business. Nevertheless, he still hoped that these descendants could come together someday. These clans used to coexist and not one piece could be missing. Only through unity would the lake be able to survive in the future. When I was younger, this resentment was more or less already there. Zhang Baitu smiled wryly and sighed, "But now, I am closer to the earth than the sky, so I don't care too much about unnecessary things. All of this no longer matters. The enmity between the ancestors, just let it go, right and wrong is already in the past." After personally uttering these words, he felt quite relaxed. The enmity between their clans should disperse like smoke. During those years, their Zhang clan was pushed away from the central power of the lake. Their ancestors furiously moved out and decided to guard the 100 Saints Hall instead and cut all ties with the lake. Because of this, the Zhang descendants harbored resentment for many generations and didn't want anything to do with the Hong and Su clans. Li Qia glanced at the old man and said, "It is good to think this way. Where there's a will, there's a way. One day, you will be able to laugh while thinking of these old grudges." Crash. At this time, the water started to splash violently as more than 100 iron scale cultivators rode the waves to come closer. "Not good, the iron scale schoolmaster is here in person." Zhang Baitu's expression quickly changed after seeing these wave riding experts. He didn't think that the school would come so fast. Moreover, the schoolmaster and the elders came in person. Chapter 1234. Old plaque. More than 100 experts from the Iron Scale School, as mighty as tigers and wolves, were riding the waves forward. In the blink of an eye, they climbed up to the 100 Saints' Hall. Their leader was an old man whose back had an armor suffused with a golden glow. This was a special characteristic of the Iron Scale tribe after they reached a certain power level. This leader turned out to be the Iron Scale Schoolmaster, Lei Yu's father. Zhang Baitu turned pale after seeing so many experts from this school. Even though he was a seasoned man who had seen a lot of the world, he still shuddered in fear before such powerful enemies. Zhang Baitu calmed down and hurriedly told Li Qia, "Young noble, leave quickly. 2 hands cannot win against 4 fists. As long as the verdant hills remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood." Despite his shallow cultivation, he could still tell that Li Qia was powerful. However, the school had more than 100 experts. Li Qia alone would find it difficult to oppose them. "Don't worry." Li Qia sat on the stone steps and smiled. The unrepentant must pay a huge price. The Iron Scale Schoolmaster and his fellow experts came before the temple. They saw Li Qia sitting on top of a stone step without a care. Lei Yu's expression became twisted as he pointed at Li Qia and yelled, "Are you the one who killed my disciples and harmed my son?" Li Qia glanced at him and smiled, "That's right. Are you going to cut off your son's head as well as your own to beg for forgiveness before the 100 Saints' Hall now? A fool knows no fear. Still daring to boast? My Iron Scale School will tear you into pieces. And as for you, old man, this is on your head as well." Lei Yu screamed with eyes spewing a fiery fury. As a descendant of a big sect, he had never been humiliated like this before. Beg for forgiveness towards the hall? The schoolmaster couldn't help but laugh. "What the hell is this place that justifies my school begging for forgiveness? You have already committed an unforgivable sin. I shall take your head and offer it to my disciples so that they can watch from the heavens. As for you, old Zhang." The schoolmaster's eyes turned cold as he spoke imposingly. "You sold this island to my school and took our money, yet you dare to renege on it? A crime worthy of death. Today, I will take this island in accordance to the agreement and crush the 100 Saints' Hall." "Liar." Zhang Baitu jumped out after hearing this and pointed at the schoolmaster. Since when did I sell this island to your school? This is simply coercion. Is that right?" The schoolmaster sneered and took out a contract. "It is clearly written as such on this contract. I trust that in just a moment, your fingerprint will be on it on top of an oath with your true fate." Zhang Baitu trembled from anger. He knew what the school wanted to do, so he snapped, "Lei, don't even think about it. I would commit suicide before letting you succeed. This island will forever belong to my clan. You won't be able to take it." "Really now?" The schoolmaster smiled deviously. "I'm afraid your Zhang clan is about to meet its end. Do you still think the island will belong to the clan then?" "You..." Zhang Baitu was quivering with rage and could no longer speak. "To tell the truth, I'm a bit disappointed with you sea demons." Li Qia lazily stood up at this time. "It has been too long and you demons have such bad memories. Perhaps you all have forgotten who you can and cannot afford to provoke. It looks like I need to stain this place with blood as a reminder that this is the 100 Saints' Hall. Its holiness is inviolable and protected by the sages of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Violators shall be killed without mercy." With that, his eyes shot out a chilling murderous intent. "Ha ha ha, protected by the sages." Lei Yu couldn't help but laugh with a cruel grimace. "Where are they now? Are you one of them? Ha, a junior like you dares to call yourself a sage? Ha ha ha, inviolable holiness? Our Iron Scale School will trample this place and build another branch here." After Lei Yu finished speaking, Li Qia suddenly appeared in front of him and spread out his palm to grab Lei Yu's head. What are you doing?" Lei Yu was stunned from shock and wanted to run towards his father. However, it was too late. Rip. His head and his spine were instantly pulled out by Li Qia as blood spattered everywhere. No. His head was still moving as he screamed before his imminent death. "Little beast. The schoolmaster couldn't save his son in time and had to watch the process play out. He vomited blood from anger and cried in a furor, "Kill him! Tear him into pieces!" He himself took out a saber and rushed forward. "Junior, accept your death." At this time, the elders and the other experts shouted aggressively. All of them wanted to kill Li Qie with their numerical advantage. Bang! 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 Bursts of impacts resounded, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Next came the sounds of objects falling to the ground. The schoolmaster and all of the experts fell to the ground at the same time like a flower in full bloom. Blood quietly flowed from their bodies and soaked the ground and stone pavement. All of this happened in complete silence. The schoolmaster's eyes were wide open. Not even in death did he know how he died. Li Qie was too fast, they didn't even have the opportunity to react. "What?" Zhang Baitu struggled to calm down. He was quivering with fear and stumbled several steps backward. Even though he had seen killing before, this was his first time seeing such a brutal massacre. Li Qie once again sat down on the stone steps as if nothing had happened. "Hang them all on the trees," he commanded nonchalantly. "Let the world know that the 100 Saints Hall is the resting place of brave spirits. No one can violate its sanctity. Some people should start remembering better. This is not good, the Iron Scale School will go mad." Zhang Baitu hesitated and said, "This isn't only provoking the school, it will be going against the entire sea demon race. You just need to listen." Li Qie flatly replied, "The Iron Scale School and sea demons are meaningless. If the overlords of this race understand the significance of the 100 Saints Hall, they will tuck their tails between their legs." Zhang Baitu paused for a bit before following Li Qie's directions and started to hang the bodies on the trees. Doing so in the most conspicuous location was truly sending a message to their enemies. After taking care of business, he returned to Li Qie's side and asked, "What now?" "What else but to destroy the Iron Scale School? I stay true to my words." Li Qie smiled and stood up to look at the plaque of the temple. Boom! The crow on the plaque seemed to come alive. It suddenly opened its eyes while the plaque shot out an endless light. In an instant, the plaque flew away with the momentum of an invincible cavalry. Bang! A violent world-destroying aura instantly rushed out. It broke through the void and emerged in the sky above the Iron Scale School. What's happening? The ancestors there were confused after sensing this invincible aura engulf their school. Clank! 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 Metallic explosions occurred. The plaque underwent a great change, as if it was a gigantic armored deity descending from the sky. Boom! The earth shook while an impossibly high tidal wave rose to the sky. The entirety of the Dragon Demon Sea was affected by the tremors. The plaque carried the supreme will of an unstoppable cavalry and instantly penetrated the ancestral ground of the Iron Scale School. Despite the multi-layered defensive barriers, the ancestral ground couldn't withstand a single blow and was immediately annihilated. No! The ancestors couldn't help but scream after seeing the destruction of their ancestral ground. It was too late. With just one attack, the Iron Scale School completely collapsed as the blood of its disciples stained the sea. Many people felt this change and were astonished. Dongting Lake was the closest sect. It was alarmed as well, but no one knew what was going on. The invincible will of a cavalry had crossed through the heaven and earth, causing countless creatures to tremble. This commotion had startled a few truly supreme existence. In the highest location of Rainbow City, one person among the clouds suddenly stood up in shock. Their eyes illuminated the world. Which blind fool maneuvered against the 100 Saints Hall? This person was moved by this development, that is the place protected by the sages, so which idiot decided to blaspheme the brave spirits? That is simply courting death. Other sects and lineages didn't know what was going on. It was only after a long time that these few ancient existences finally calmed down. Chapter 1235, Minor Zen School. After a long time, an ancient existence who actually knew about what happened, movingly spoke. The 100 Saints Hall is the untouchable resting place of heroes. A few fools do not know and only think of it and Dongting Lake as a treasure land worth coveting. Why don't they think about the reason it has been untouched for millions of years? Whatever, just a few fools wanting to die. My old bones do not want to join such muddy waters. After commenting, this existence went back to sleep and ignored this matter completely. Back on the island, the plaque returned to the top of the temple. It was still incomparably old like before. Zhang Baitu had fallen to his knees from the pressure emanating from the invincible aura. It took him a long time to calm down. Nevertheless, he was still stunned. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that this old plaque of the hall carried such power. Eventually, he stood up and looked at it while stammering, this thing is. He took half a day, yet he couldn't enunciate a whole sentence clearly. The schoolmaster admitted, but none of them are particularly incredible. Li Chia laughed and gently shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not here for treasures. Plus, if I wanted treasures from the Undying Gate, I wouldn't have come here. Ah, there is a misunderstanding. The schoolmaster hurriedly smiled in response. She brought along a few items in her dowry that have been used up long ago. If I had a world-shattering treasure, the minor Zen school wouldn't be a small lineage right now. Then what did you give Miss Su? Li Chia chuckled. A map. To which the schoolmaster responded, but it is not a treasure map or anything. It is a very strange map with no use. If it wasn't for Miss Su bringing the other half of the map with her, I wouldn't have known that it was half of a map in the first place. She had to have it, so she paid an exorbitant amount of refined jades for it. Li Chia casually asked, what kind of map is it? The schoolmaster revealed a wry smile and said, to tell the truth, I don't know what kind of map it is either. It was thrown into a corner at home and no one has ever looked at it before. After Miss Su brought the other half here, I finally remembered it. After she received the other half, I also took a quick look. It is a very strange map, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Of course, it is definitely not an art for eternal life. In the end, he added this sentence lest Li Chia have some misunderstanding. Li Chia burst into laughter. I know what you mean. Rest assured, I am not here for the art of immortality. If such an item could fall into your hands so easily, countless people for the past millions of years wouldn't have been searching for it. It's not something you can possess. Your keen insight is worthy of admiration. The schoolmaster became relieved after hearing this. He didn't want Li Chia to think that he once had the art of immortality. If this news were to spread, then a disaster would befall their school. Thank you for your time, goodbye. After his inquiries, he understood that the schoolmaster had limited knowledge, so there was no need to pry further. In fact, he was not in a rush to find Su Yonghuang. As long as she wasn't in any danger, he was fine with it. He was only curious about what she actually did to make even the skeletal horse of immortal Emperor Bu Si start running outside. Of course, he also knew that the collapse of the immortal emperor back then wasn't so simple. Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't have left some cautionary measures. The schoolmaster enthusiastically asked, if you don't mind, can you stay in our humble abode for a few days? Li Chia was the successor of the peacock tree. In the future, he could become a leader for the human race in the heaven spirit world, thus the schoolmaster wanted to befriend Li Chia. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. He glanced at the master and casually took out a wooden box. Thank you for your hospitality. This is a greeting gift, goodbye for now. The master was taken aback. He accepted the wooden box and whiffed a medicinal fragrance. He looked up to say, young noble, you are too polite. However, Li Chia had already disappeared without a trace. The schoolmaster eventually calmed down and opened the wooden box. He was astounded and stumbled several steps backward while unable to believe his eyes. 1,000,000-year-old blood ginseng. This truly frightened him because it was just a greeting gift. How extravagant was this? It wasn't an item he would even dare to think about. Li Chia gave it to him due to his honesty. If he wasn't someone who took pride in being a schoolmaster, Li Chia wouldn't have given him the gift. After the schoolmaster calmed down, he quickly put it away. Such an item could bring about a sect-ending disaster for them if others were to find out. Chapter 1236, Rainbow Island. If Dongting Lake was a jewel before the Dragon Mountain, then Rainbow City was situated by the very end of its tail. The tail of the mountain range was dotted with many islands like the stars in the sky. All of them were quite small yet exquisite. The inhabitants here used the trees in the surroundings to build pretty little houses. At the mountain range and Rainbow City, people usually brought up another lineage, one that was very mysterious in the heaven spirit world, the giant dragon kingdom. Some believed that it indeed existed while others denied this claim. Who knows the truth in this matter? According to the legends, the ancestor of the kingdom was the giant dragon god. The existence of this deity was widely accepted, unlike the kingdom. It was considered the apex existence of the sea demons. After dying, its huge body turned into the current giant dragon mountain range. From then on, its descendants prospered and populated this area. The kingdom was also established by them within the depths of the range. Nevertheless, the kingdom's location and characteristics were still mysteries to outsiders. However, one could find some traces of this kingdom at Rainbow City. Some said that this city was a window of the giant dragon kingdom. It was purposely established as an outreach towards the secular world. Meanwhile, the Rainbow Islands were only the beginning of the city itself. One must go through the islands before being able to reach the city. Li Chia entered one island and faintly smiled while staring at the sky. A series of islands appeared before him with people coming and going. Humans, sea demons, and treants. All of these cultivators were only stopping by for a bit before attempting to enter the actual Rainbow City. He saw a carriage going through this island. It was very extravagant and its body was made from the precious metals of the Profound Dynasty. 8 different compartments spewed out water that paved a path in the sky so that the carriage could move forward even faster. 8 of the rarest phoenix steeds in the heaven spirit world were pulling this luxurious ride. Scintillating lights accompanied them and made it seem like their owner was a deity on patrol. Many pretty maids were behind the carriage while younger servants were throwing flowers next to the carriage. Wherever it was on its path, the surrounding 10 miles would be filled with fluttering flowers. It was the most ostentatious showing of wealth and nobility. Not too many people would put on such an overbearing posture in the heaven spirit world. Most importantly, the majority of cultivators did not pursue this type of luxury, so this type of lavish travel was quite rare. It also easily attracted jealousy and even trouble from others. However, the master of this carriage probably never spared a thought for such a problem. In fact, the moment people saw the little flag on the carriage, they quickly gave way, let alone cause trouble. They knew that this was the banner of the profound god monarch. Only those closest to him were allowed to use this banner. A cultivator murmured, "Gong Sun Meiyu is here." His friend reminded him, "Shu, quiet down. You better call her Queen Gong Sun. I heard people from the Abyss Sea say that she likes being called Queen the most. Otherwise, she might randomly kill people if she is in a bad mood." People had different emotions while looking at this luxurious carriage. Some were awed while others were envious, but regardless of what they felt, the most common reaction was to retreat. Gong Sun Meiyu was a concubine of the profound god monarch and was known to have earned his favor. Rumor has it that she might even be promoted from concubine to wife, the new queen of the profound dynasty. In fact, she didn't only rely on her beauty to win his love. Before marrying him, she had already been famous among the younger generation of charming spirits. Her cultivation was very powerful as she was once a prodigy. Someone speculated, if Queen Gongsun is here, maybe the monarch is on his way as well? His companion quietly replied, "Don't speak carelessly. I heard Queen Gongsun is very grumpy right now. Her favorite maid was killed by a kid named Li Chia. She is probably on a trip to feel better, or maybe she is trying to find that kid." Li Chia ignored the carriage. He entered an inn and quietly drank, waiting for Zhang Baitu to come. He quietly sighed while gazing outside the inn to look at the ocean as well as the faint Dragon Mountain range in the distance. In fact, many resting cultivators were gazing at it as well. A cultivator asked his friends sitting next to him, "Are there really dragons in those mountains? Or rather, does such a race truly exist in this world?" An older elder pondered for a moment regarding this question before answering, "That would depend on how you define the dragon race. Whether they exist in those mountains or not is difficult to say. However, dragon demons indeed exist in the heaven spirit world. They are supreme among our sea demon race. Some ancestors believe that the dragons in there are part of the sea dragon demons as well. Speaking of dragons, I have heard of a certain legend." A friend at the same table added, "A very long time ago, a little black dragon used to play around these mountains and this sea region. It swam through the Rainbow Islands, but who knows if it is real or not." Another friend happily joined in, "I've heard about that too. This little black dragon caused a lot of trouble at Dongting Lake. Later on, it was subdued by an immortal." The cultivator that initiated the conversation became quite curious and quickly asked, "Immortal? A real immortal? It's probably just a fairy tale. Where can you find immortals in this world?" The elder smiled and shook his head. One of the friends added, "I heard a version that is a little different. It says that the person who subdued the little black dragon was not an immortal at all, it was a heinous devil king. After this devil king took down the dragon, he skinned it and drank its blood before boiling the meat and eating it." Li Chia, who was sitting in a corner, almost spat out his wine. Some rumors kept on spreading and eventually, the tale became completely different. Li Chia didn't really mind this small talk. He gently smiled and stopped listening. After a good while, Zhang Baitu finally arrived. He saw Li Chia and quickly bowed. Li Chia nodded and signaled for him to sit down. "You are late." Li Chia casually spoke while drinking and enjoying the scenery outside. "Something happened that slowed me down a bit, just a small matter." Zhang Baitu smiled awkwardly while rubbing his palms. Li Chia slightly frowned and asked, "Someone came looking for trouble?" No. Zhang Baitu saw Li Chia's expression and his soul almost left his body. He quickly waved his hands to deny the claim. But how could a little character like him withstand Li Chia's glare? He eventually gave up with a bitter face, "Young noble, really, it is no big deal. Because of the big commotion earlier, the disciples from Dongting Lake were afraid that something had happened to me, so they came asking questions, that's all. They really didn't trouble me at all, really." In his eyes, Li Chia was definitely not a good-natured person. A single discordant conversation could lead to a bloodbath. He probably belonged to the type of people who would kill as many provokers as possible. Because of this, he was afraid that Li Chia would misunderstand and kill the disciples from the lake. He would never be able to forgive himself if that were to happen. Li Chia gave him a quick glance before shifting his gaze towards the mountains. After seeing Li Chia no longer pressing the issue, Zhang Baitu finally felt relieved. He thought about back then when the disciples saw the corpses that were hung on the trees. How could they not be frightened? Of course, he didn't want these disciples to provoke Li Chia, it would be the same as courting death. He eventually gathered his courage and softly asked, young noble, where are we going now?" Li Chia withdrew his gaze and replied, "To Rainbow City to grab a few things for you. We have to prepare certain things in order to destroy your Tao foundation and start over." "Destroy my Tao foundation?" The old man was startled after hearing this. Even though his foundation was very shallow, it was still the fruit of several dozen hard-fought years. He couldn't accept this so quickly. Li Chia looked at him with one eye and said, "There is nothing to feel lost about. I'm not trying to belittle you, but your Tao foundation is as good as not having anything at all, it's completely dispensable. Destroy to rebuild from the beginning, this is the way to go." Zhang Baitu had to admit that his foundation was indeed lacking and dispensable. He asked with some concern, "But I'm not young anymore, can I handle it?" He was quite old already. Destroying the foundation at his age could easily lead to exhaustion, he'd croak for sure. Li Chia casually replied, "Don't worry. With me here, it would be difficult for you to die even if you wanted to. Then we'll do as you say, young noble." He made a decision after a moment of hesitation. In his eyes, Li Chia had no need to harm him. If he did, just one finger was enough to take care of him. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Chapter 1237. Hong Yujiao. Li Chia gave a nod and continued to look at the hazy mountain range in silence. This giant dragon mountain range stretched for 10 million miles like a dragon lying on the ocean. It was completely engulfed in mist and fog, a dragon with a visible head yet indiscernible tail. This made the whole area even more mysterious. Unlike your ancestors who protected the vitality of the human race, you're now just a bunch of cowards hiding in the city. All of their glory has been thrown away by your generation. Today, you have even forgotten about the souls of your ancestors as well as your spiritual totem. I'm curious, how many years has it been since the last time your lake went to worship the 100 Saints Hall? Has it been 50 or 100 generations? I'm afraid that your lake has even forgotten who the ones enshrined in the hall are. With that, he sighed and didn't want to look at her anymore. She couldn't answer due to lacking knowledge about this matter. She only knew that some ancestors from the lake speculated that the 100 Saints Hall might be storing some treasures. We descendants are not qualified to comment on the matter of our ancestors. Eventually, she answered, "I just want to ask you, did you kill the Iron Scale Schoolmasters group?" This was the thing she was most concerned about. After all, the schoolmaster and elders of a sea demon lineage had died very close to Dongting Lake, and even their sect was destroyed. Once this news spread, their lake would become the prime suspect. Of course, she understood that Zhang Baitu couldn't kill that group, so the only possibility was this person sitting in front of her. "I understand your lake's intention." Li Chia smiled. "It needs to find a murderer in order to wash away this suspicion." Chapter 1238. Scolding. She maintained her calm despite his accusation and lowered her tone. "This is a serious matter, so our Dongting Lake will get to the very bottom of it." Get to the bottom of it? Li Chia couldn't help but laugh. When the Iron Scale School bullied Zhang Baitu, when they tried to force him to sell the 100 Saints Hall, where was your lake then? And now, during the aftermath, your lake is trying to steer clear of anything to do with this event. Quite interesting. Well, Zhang Baitu softly spoke, "Young noble, this really isn't the lake's fault. I didn't tell them at all." Li Chia smiled and waved his sleeve. "You don't have to speak up for them, I know full well what is going on. You don't have to tell me that the lake has disposed of the bodies either." Zhang Baitu was scared. He didn't expect Li Chia to predict it this fast, so he had no response. Hong Yujiao answered instead, "Brother Zhang is not at fault, this was the lake's decision and it has nothing to do with him." After hearing this, Li Chia slowly turned towards Hong Yujiao and smiled. "This is more like it, spoken like a family." She took a deep breath and stared at him. "With all due respect, this is not a joke. I hope you can clarify this matter or the sea demons in this region will put this on Dongting Lake. At that time, the lake will be isolated from the rest of the world." Isolated from the world? Li Chia laughed. "This kind of thing will never happen. Kill 30 to 50 of someone's men and they will swear to never share this sky with you again. But if you kill 1 billion of them, they will obediently tuck their tails between their legs. Those who are unconvinced will have their bones litter the ground." His eyes turned cold at this point. "I am not someone who agrees with using force to bully the weak, and I will not condone any immoral acts from my followers. However, those who dare to provoke me or harm my followers, regardless of whether they are strong or weak, will be killed before talking about who was right and wrong. Only when you use blood to talk will others understand where your bottom line is. Otherwise, people will think that you are an easy target, and they will bully you while thinking that the humans in the heaven spirit world are mere ants. It is a pity that your group did not inherit the hot blood of your ancestors or their willingness to kill." He continued on with indifference. "Your lake is willing to sacrifice Zhang Baitu to separate itself from this situation. Maybe you would even give up the 100 Saints Hall altogether. As long as the interests of your lake are untouched, everything can be negotiated. Zhang Baitu trembled after hearing the line about killing all those who opposed you and answering with blood. It truly touched his heart. We do not have those intentions. Despite being unable to refute all of Li Qia's accusations, Hong Yujiao still said, "We don't want to turn Brother Zhang into a shield, our goal is to find out the truth so that others won't misconstrue the situation." Misconstrue? Li Qia laughed sarcastically and said, "So what if they misunderstand? The Iron Scale School and outsiders are nothing. Who needs them to understand things clearly? So what if they don't? You can't even protect the spirits of your ancestors and have even forgotten their creed, yet you care about the misunderstandings of outsiders? The damned geezers at Dongting Lake have lost their minds. Sir, I hope you can be more careful with your words. Dongting Lake has our own principles, and we shall do what we must." She didn't back down in response. "We are grateful for you saving Brother Zhang, but if you keep on insulting Dongting Lake, don't blame me for no longer being polite." "Sister," Zhang Baitu jumped up from his chair and dragged her away. "Sister, you now understand the situation, so go back and report this to the sect master." He winked at her. He didn't want to see a fight between the two of them since her fate would be the same as the ones from the Iron Scale School, instantly crushed by Li Qia. "Baitu," Li Qia waved his sleeve and said, "There's no need to be so sneaky around me. If I wanted to kill her, she wouldn't have been able to talk in front of me. The same goes for Dongting Lake. If I wanted to trouble them, I wouldn't be sitting here right now." Zhang Baitu awkwardly let go of her and wryly smiled. "Young noble, she isn't trying to annoy you. She is only nervous about protecting Dongting Lake. If I was annoyed with her, I wouldn't have let her speak." Li Qia glared at him. The old man coughed and didn't say anything else. Li Qia shifted his attention towards the girl and said, "I'm the killer. Your lake can go ahead and reveal it if you want to be rid of suspicion. Tell those brainless geezers to stop being short-sighted all day long and fixated on trivial matters. They have forgotten who their ancestors are and their own surnames for a few benefits." "You," she glared at him. After all, he was directly scolding her elders. No one could swallow such anger. "Sister, go already, the master is waiting for your news." Zhang Baitu dragged her away and motioned for her to quickly leave. She managed to restrain herself and coldly looked at Li Qia. "I won't interfere with your disrespectful behavior, but if you insult Dongting Lake again, I will definitely deal with you." Li Qia ignored her and focused on his drinks. She eventually left, brewing with indignation. If it wasn't for Zhang Baitu pulling her back, she would have definitely fought this arrogant person. Zhang Baitu was in a difficult position after she left. He rubbed his palms and smiled. "Young noble, Sister Hong is a very good person. The only thing is that she can be very straightforward at times. Even though their ancestors had grievances, this generation got along with each other." This was especially true for Hong Yujiao and himself. They were quite close, so he couldn't watch her go to her death. Li Qia only smiled and didn't say anything. After a long time, Li Qia looked at the faint mountain range one last time and decided to pay the bill. He looked over at Zhang Baitu and said, "Come, we'll go to Rainbow City." The two of them left the inn to go to the ferry. Everyone had to use this particular type of fish as transportation before they could reach Rainbow City. Once they got to the ferry, the sky suddenly turned dark. A gigantic ship descended from the sky, its size too immense to describe. Half of its hull was still hidden in the clouds, so no one could see it fully. This gigantic warship appearing at Rainbow Island attracted a lot of attention. Many people saw the conch insignia on the warship and became quite surprised. Someone asked, "Is that the roaring conch?" An old man slowly answered, "No, this isn't it. It might be the ship of a big character from there though." Another person speculated after seeing the ship, "Is it the Sea Shield Prince then?" The insignia of the roaring conch left many spectators shocked. This was a famous lineage throughout the entire heaven spirit world, not just limited to the Dragon Demon Sea. They had two sea gods that possessed the trident for a very long time. According to the tales, the moment their conch blared, all of the sea demons in the world would answer its call. A smaller ship flew out of the big warship. In fact, this smaller vessel was still quite sizable. It just seemed tiny in comparison to its huge friend. The warship didn't stop after the second one came out. It slowly rose to the sky and disappeared towards the horizon, towards an unknown destination. The smaller one landed. Many saw a woman standing at the bow. She basked in the wind with her hair fluttering about. Her pretty eyes and nose were more than enough to describe her as beautiful. Her fair white skin had a hint of rouge. Such a beauty would command attention wherever she went. Her waist was especially slender. It was as if a gust of wind could make it dance. Despite her delicate appearance, she exuded a terrifying aura befitting of a god monarch. Halos emerged from her body. Each of them seemed to be part of their own world while carrying infinite power. Many were frightened to see this force. After all, she was an incredibly young god monarch. Wow, a god monarch! Zhang Baitu was in awe and felt quite envious after seeing the god monarch as halos. He had cultivated for a lifetime, yet his cultivation was completely negligible. However, this young lady ahead was already a horrifying god monarch. How could people not be stunned into admiration before this scene? Chapter 1239, Rainbow Fish. In fact, Zhang Baitu was not the only one who was envious. Many people had the same stunned expression while looking at her. Shangguan Fian, the junior sister of the Sea Shield Prince. Rumor has it that she is already an intermediate god monarch. What a magnificent goddess. A young cultivator stared at her in admiration but became gloomy when comparing himself to her. God monarch was only a title. In fact, experts at the virtuous deity level were eligible to be called god monarchs. There were different levels of this particular title. Cultivators generally divided them into 5 levels: minor monarch, intermediate monarch, grand monarch, true monarch, and bestowed monarch. However, she came from the wealthy roaring conch. She handed the payment over to the old man without batting an eye. He whistled again and 100 rainbow fish emerged. He commanded, "Go." The fish immediately pulled the ship away. To see this many fish drag away such a huge ship with their bubbles was quite a spectacular scene. More time passed. It was finally Li Qie and Zhang Baitu's turn. Baitu was only following Li Qie since he didn't know which station they were going to. Dragon Hark. Li Qie smiled while looking at the old man. You? Free. The old man looked at Zhang Baitu and then turned to look at Li Qie. And as for you, 30 virtuous paragon jades. We were together. Zhang Baitu was anxious for Li Qie after hearing the price. In his eyes, 30 virtuous paragon jades was an astronomical figure. He wouldn't be able to gather this much in his entire life. 30, the old man didn't care at all. It was as if he didn't hear Zhang Baitu. Li Qie only smiled and handed a black pouch over to the old man. The old man didn't bother looking at it before putting it away in his chest pocket, then he whistled for 2 fish. The 2 jumped on the fish as they blew their bubbles and disappeared. By the time the bubbles disappeared, allowing the 2 to see again, they had already fallen into a huge ancient city. This was their destination, Dragonhark. Dragonhark was the first stop of Rainbow City. In fact, Rainbow City was only a general term. It didn't mean that it only consisted of one city. On the contrary, it was the general designation for everything here, including these cities and stops. Many believe that Rainbow City gained its name because all of these stops required the riding of the rainbow fish's bubbles to reach them. Rumor has it that Dragonhark City was named after Dragonhark Valley. The validity of this claim remains unknown. Dragonhark City was enormous. While standing on the city walls to look outside, people would see blossoming white clouds. This city seemed to be built in the sky. While looking down, one would only see a vast expanse with no end. Even while inside the city, people didn't know where it was located. This has always been a hot topic with great discussions and studies. However, the answer remains a mystery. There were stories of people jumping down from the wall in order to locate where Dragonhark actually was, but there would be no return after jumping down. From then on, no one from future generations dared to jump down the wall unless they were tired of living. Li Qia and Zhang Baitu jumped off their fish, and the fish swam away with their tails flapping about. Chapter 1240, Destroying the Dao Foundation. Li Qia brought Zhang Baitu straight to the Rainbow Pavilion in Dragonhark. They reserved a small courtyard and settled down. The Rainbow Pavilion was the biggest inn at Dragonhark. In fact, it was the only one in Dragonhark and all of Rainbow City as well. No one knew why there was only one inn in the entire region. Some believed that the inn belonged to Rainbow City and that they didn't wish to share this business with outsiders. Others stated that behind the inn stood the Jian clan. This clan had a very deep relationship with Rainbow City. Despite being the only inn here, the pricing was very reasonable and it could accommodate more than 10,000 guests. Because of this, there were no complaints from outsiders upon visiting the inn. After taking care of Zhang Baitu, Li Qia went out to buy some medicinal materials. When he passed by the lobby, he heard a shopkeeper advertising to the guests, "Fair to the young and old with the right price. We have 80 million years of reputation." The shopkeeper was an old man around the mortal age of 70 with a gray robe. His appearance was not too outstanding, but he was very hard-working, evident by the calluses on his hands. Li Qia smirked after seeing the shopkeeper and revealed a very interested smile. The shopkeeper noticed Li Qia and smiled back. "Sir, do you want to go out or need something?" Li Qia smiled back. "How can you prove that your reputation has been great for more than 80 million years?" The shopkeeper laughed and replied, "Ah, sir, just look at my age and you should know that I am not a swindler. My hair is completely gray from the torments of time. At this age, why would I need to lie, right?" Li Qia continued to smile and leisurely responded, "Was it an eventful experience?" "You are asking about my life?" The shopkeeper happily responded, "It wasn't bad, so I guess. I don't want much at this age, only a full belly. And of course, my old bones have a bunch of children and grandchildren as well. What more do I want? Just food and clothing and children playing around me. This is more than enough for an old man like me." Li Qia nodded while looking at him and movingly said, "You're right, what more do you want in life? Warmth and food with children surrounding you, quite an enviable lifestyle." The talkative shopkeeper asked with a grin, "Sir, do you have any other pursuits in life?" Li Qia pondered for a bit before smiling at the shopkeeper. "I just want an answer, that's all I need." The shopkeeper rubbed his clothing with his calloused hands and continued, "Who can have all the answers in life?" Li Qia responded, "No one knows the answer, which is why I require it." With that, he turned and left the inn. What is the goal of life? Li Qia sighed and recalled the past. In a distant era, someone had asked him the same question at Rainbow City. It had been said that the heaven and earth were too unreachable. All were mere ants below them, but this was also fine. It was just like the old man said, there was nothing bad about being content with a life surrounded by loved ones. Li Qia walked on slowly in silence while contemplating this issue and the unforgettable words. Being an ant within this unreachable heaven and earth was not necessarily a bad thing. He became lost in a daze. There was once an extremely wise man here who eventually chose a peaceful ending. After a while, he lifted his head towards the distance. With an incomparably firm gaze, as if nothing and nobody could shake him, he said, "No matter how distant the heaven and earth might be and regardless of how long this path is before the end, I just need an answer. This has always been the case in the past, the present, and will be so in the future as well." He smiled freely after this and entered the streets full of pedestrians. Rainbow City was too large to be measured. Even though there were very few land masses in the heaven spirit world, there were still several big cities. The ones here weren't necessarily the biggest ones in this world, but they were definitely among the top 10. Dragonhark, as the first stopping point, was very lively. This was the biggest market in Rainbow City. It could even be considered the largest in all of Heaven Spirit. There were sea demons from this region, charming spirits from the Abyss Sea, and Traiants from the Jade Sea. In addition to the many shops, cultivators set up little stalls along the streets to sell their treasures, and some were searching for alchemy ingredients. It was a scene that encompassed all sorts of images. Many cultivators came here due to the great reputation and size of this market at Dragonhark. There was a phrase used to describe this place: there is nothing one couldn't buy here for the right price. Li Chia bought a lot of materials for Zhang Baitu. They weren't that precious, which was why he just went outside to buy them. He was getting ready to destroy Baitu's cultivation in order to have him start over from the beginning. Because his cultivation was needlessly complex and convoluted, it was only harmful without any benefits. Of course, it would have been much easier for a young cultivator to destroy their cultivation, but it was different for Zhang Baitu. He was no longer young and his blood energy was quite feeble. Without being supplemented by pills, destroying his cultivation would only send him to see his maker. After preparing all the alchemy ingredients, he readied the cauldron to refine them. The flame ignited and melted all the ingredients. It burned away the dregs and left behind the essences. Eventually, the fire flowed like a pot of soup within. In this moment, it was difficult to tell the fire from the medicinal essences. Under Li Chia's instruction, Zhang Baitu stepped into the cauldron. The fire seemed to have its own life and slowly infiltrated Zhang Baitu's body with the essences. They protected his meridians and veins. Li Chia ordered, "Remember, focus your energy while clearing your mind of needless thoughts. Any carelessness would result in death for an old cultivator like Zhang Baitu, so Li Chia had no choice but to use this method." The old man followed his order and calmed his mind while converging his vitality. He could feel the essences flowing through his body. Right at this moment, Li Chia began and shattered Zhang Baitu's Dao foundation with lightning speed. Crack! Zhang Baitu's Dao foundation collapsed in an instant. He trembled and almost audibly screamed, but he managed to endure the pain. Li Chia was fast and accurate as he quickly and completely destroyed the foundation. At this time, there was nothing left of the broken foundation in Zhang Baitu. All of the residue was destroyed without leaving behind any traces. Zhang Baitu now resembled a mortal that had never cultivated before. The essences began to integrate into the key locations in his body, every muscle and joint, in order to strengthen him. His condition stabilized due to the medicine. Otherwise, someone else at his age experiencing this process would immediately turn into a hunchback old man after losing their Dao foundation. Li Chia withdrew the fire and Zhang Baitu fell to the ground. There weren't too many visible changes to him. His hair had become grayer and he had lost the aura of a cultivator. However, his complexion was quite ruddy like an immortal with gray hair, yet he still had the face of a young man. This was a very healthy and rare constitution for a mortal man. Zhang Baitu's vision worsened and he was unable to walk as if he was flying like other cultivators. Most of his abilities were gone as well. Of course, this was the great difference between a mortal and a cultivator. Maybe it isn't that bad being a mortal sometimes. Zhang Baitu sighed emotionally after his regression. The sense of loss was there, but it was not overwhelming. After all, his cultivation was extremely shallow in the first place. This would be a completely different scenario for a master. Some wouldn't be able to handle losing their cultivation. "Thank you, young noble." Zhang Baitu quickly thanked Li Chia. Li Chia waved his sleeve dismissively. "There's no need to be emotional, what you have lost will return not long from now." "Young noble, you wish to pass down a merit law to me?" Zhang Baitu happily asked right away after hearing this. Despite knowing his terrible talents and that he wouldn't get much further in his life in terms of cultivation, he had never given up before. Persistence was part of his character. His hope had been rekindled after becoming a mortal and listening to Li Chia. Chapter 1241, Dragonhark Valley. Li Chia gently shook his head in response. "No, I don't have the right merit law to pass down to you. A member of the Zhang must cultivate the Zhang clan's law. But my clan's laws have been lost for a long time now." Zhang Baitu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Even Dongting Lake might not have our laws. None of the ancestors said anything about it." Li Chia flatly replied, Your Zhang clan doesn't have them and the lake might not either, but Dragonheart Valley will. Dragonheart Valley? Zhang Baitu was surprised. Why would my clan's laws be at the valley? He didn't understand the connection between the two entities. To be more exact, those laws exist in this place. With that, Li Chia pointed at his head and said, if you are able to be enlightened at the valley, you will obtain your clan's merit laws once more. Zhang Baitu was dazed. Even though he was not good at cultivation, he was not a fool. With a slightly startled expression, he asked, young noble, are you saying that my clan's laws came from the valley itself? You can put it that way. Li Chia nonchalantly spoke, your forefather's bloodline is not the purest of human bloodlines, so your members can only cultivate the clan's laws. Through meditation and enlightenment at the valley, you will find what you desire. Zhang Baitu looked distracted. He knew far less than Li Chia about his own ancestors, but he didn't dare to ask why Li Chia was aware of this. Can I do it? He was lacking confidence after calming down. He couldn't be blamed for this since failure had haunted him for years. The failure of his first attempt at cultivation had already shattered his confidence completely, leaving him unsure of himself. Li Chia stared at him and replied, a calm heart is more important than anything else. During your meditation, stay calm and everything will flow naturally. You are the descendant of the Zhang clan. If you can't do it, who can? Remember, your Zhang bloodline flows through you. This makes you different from everyone else. After being encouraged by Li Chia, Zhang Baitu could feel his blood beginning to stir. In this world, talent is not the most crucial thing, an unfaltering Tao heart is much more important. After so many years, countless geniuses have failed, it's not just you. Even invincible immortal emperors have failed many times during their youth. No one can be unstoppable throughout their entire life. Only through failure will one understand their own lackings. Lessons and experiences can be gained from failure. Li Chia took his time encouraging and waking up Zhang Baitu. The old man's eyes lit up. In a short period of time, he could feel the blood of the Zhang clan channeling even faster. He was full of hope at this moment. Eventually, he kneeled on the ground and gratefully said, I will engrave your wise words into my mind and never forget them. Li Chia ordered, very good. Let us go to Dragonheart Valley then. Zhang Baitu nodded. At this time, he was full of energy and felt that he was suddenly young again, just like the past when he began his arduous search for the first time. Dragonheart Valley was located in the southern region of Dragonheart. The entire valley was huge with exquisite sceneries consisting of tall peaks, tranquil ravines, and many waterfalls. There were many legends about this valley. One stated that the old giant dragon back then was enlightened in this valley and left behind an indelible mark. Another stated that the demon dragon who went against the heavens and failed left its magical bones behind after dying. Some of these magical bones eventually turned into Dragonheart Valley. No one knows if these two rumors were real or not. However, many people came to the valley in search for the grand Tao from the legends, the legacy of a true dragon. Alas, despite their pursuit for the mysteries here, many left empty-handed. Nevertheless, some claimed to have heard a dragon's roar coming from the valley. After going back, they eventually comprehended more of the Tao. A few of them became experts and claimed that they had heard whispers of a true dragon granting them great wisdom. No one had heard of someone being able to obtain the legacy of this true dragon or the legendary magical bones. Nevertheless, there were indeed tangible benefits present at the valley. The two came to the entrance of the valley that resembled the gaping jaws of a dragon. Just this scene alone showed that the valley's reputation was more than just empty rumors. The moment they entered, they could see that there was already a line of cultivators waiting. Some were sticking around to watch as well. Get in line, hurry up. An old man dressed in a light blue robe with a pointed hat was guarding this entrance. 10 heavenly king jades, an extremely fair price. The old man collected money while yelling, Come, do not miss the one and only Dragonheart Valley in this world. Inside are true dragon bones, immortal draconic runes. As long as you are lucky enough, you will be able to obtain these mythical artifacts. Think about it, just 10 heavenly king jades to trade for dragon bones and runes. What a generous trade. The old man's voice was quite powerful. With these artifacts, the next sea god could be you. The contemporary immortal emperor can't be anyone else but you. Becoming a tree father is possible as well. 10 heavenly king jades to win a chance at becoming a sea god, proving your regal ascendance or transforming into a tree father. This is the best transaction you could ever have. The old man kept on shouting like a street peddler while collecting all the jades. Are you serious? A young first-timer heard this and had to ask, are there really true dragon bones and immortal draconic runes in there? Ha ha ha, little fella, don't listen to him. An older cultivator laughed and explained, he has always been shouting these words. 50 years ago when I last came, he was saying the same thing. You can't put it like that. The old man answered with a serious tone, my reputation is as valuable as gold and is completely trustworthy. I guarantee in the name of my ancestors that there are indeed draconic bones and runes inside. Stop. You told me the same thing 50 years ago and tricked me to come several times while giving you everything I had. In the end, did I leave with anything but empty hands? The old cultivator retorted with disdain while feeling annoyed. The old man didn't become angry with his answer, I can't be blamed for this. It only shows that you did not research enough. Otherwise, after several entries, you should have been able to get lucky, find the artifacts, and embark on the heaven-defying path to becoming a sea god and marrying a goddess, that's for sure. Come now. 10 heavenly king jades, this is an amazing deal. The old cultivator snorted and wasn't tempted by the old man. A skeptical cultivator remarked, if there are truly draconic bones and runes inside, then how come you aren't keeping them for your own use? The old man shook his head and said, fellow Taoist, your perspective is too mundane. People say that the heavenly treasures of this world are meant for the destined. What kind of items are true dragon bones and immortal draconic runes? They are supreme immortal artifacts, so how can a lowly man like me obtain them? Because of this, I am leaving this opportunity to the fated ones. The skeptic had no response and kept quiet after hearing this. Plus, many experts benefited from coming to Dragonheart Valley. When an overlord heard the sound of the rain in this place, he immediately became enlightened and soared to the heavens overnight. There was also a sea god who listened to the wind. In just one day, he created an invincible art, and from then on, he alone was unbeatable in this world. The old man became quite excited as he blabbered on and on. A cultivator quietly muttered under his breath, how outrageous. Of course, the overlord and sea god mentioned by the old man were all exaggerations. However, it was undeniable that there had been masters in the valley who obtained great harvests by just listening to the sounds in the valley itself. After his long boast, he told the skeptic from earlier, okay, do you want in or not? If not, then go to the side. People are all lining up behind you. This skeptic hesitated for a moment but still decided to pay to enter the valley. In the line, Wuxia cheerfully smiled at this old man. He enjoyed listening to him a lot. When it was Wuxia and Zhang Baitu's turn, Baitu only looked at Wuxia since he couldn't take out so many refined jades. 2 people so 20 heavenly king jades. The old man smiled at them. No matter how one looked at them, neither Wuxia or Zhang Baitu looked like people with money, so a human cultivator kindly reminded them, little brother, refined jades don't come easily, you are better off using them wisely. Little brat. It's fine if you don't want to come in, but you want to ruin my business as well? Do you want me to throw you into the bone sea right now? The old man violently changed his tune right away after seeing this human wanting to interfere with his business. Chapter 1242, Zhang Baitu's Tao Enlightenment. The human cultivator fled right away after being scolded by the old man. Throughout history, no one dared to offend Rainbow City. Rumor has it that even a contemporary sea god wouldn't test them. Wuxia smiled and handed the refined jades over. The old man immediately beamed happily after getting the refined jades and said, I wish you too luck in comprehending the supreme grand Tao to reach the peak of this world. Li Qie grinned and looked at the old man and leisurely spoke. You said earlier that there are draconic bones and runes in the valley. If I carelessly dig them up, do they all belong to me then? Well. The old man's expression changed after hearing this, but he still revealed a smile in the end. Well, yes, of course. Li Qie saw his expression and started to laugh before patting his shoulder and said, I'm just joking. I'll only take him to listen to the sounds here for Tao enlightenment. With that, he brought Zhang Baitu into the valley. The old man's smile froze as his body became stiff. He watched Li Qie and Zhang Baitu disappear into the valley. I have to go too. Eventually, someone from the line spoke up, waking the old man up from his stupor. Just thinking about Li Qie's grin left the old man frightened with chills running down his spine. Rascal, don't play with me. Eventually, the old man murmured in a low voice that only he could hear. This was Zhang Baitu's first time coming to Dragonhark. Even though he knew about it beforehand, he didn't have enough money for the entry fee. He curiously asked, does this place really have those mythical items? In his eyes, Li Qie was an expert at everything. You shouldn't think about these things. Li Qie beamingly smiled in response, finding them is nice, but it's fine to be without them as well. They are not meant for you. Zhang Baitu quietly nodded. He naturally didn't have unrealistic expectations. In his eyes, being able to comprehend the Zhang merit laws was more than enough. As for the bones and runes, they were supreme items that he didn't dare to think about. There were beautiful sceneries everywhere in this big valley with majestic cliffs, elegant springs, and a pleasant melody from the rustling leaves. They saw cultivators in many places. Some were sitting on top of cliffs while huffing and puffing the energy of the clouds. Others were meditating below waterfalls to quietly listen to the sound of the water. There were also those sitting in the pine forest in order to comprehend the grand Tao. Even though 10 heavenly king jades were a lot to many, experts from great powers were willing to try at least once. Who in this world didn't want to become enlightened in the Tao? Moreover, for those who had reached a bottleneck, they needed an opportunity to break through. There were rumors that there were dragon roars or even the whispering of a true dragon in this valley. How could there be smoke without fire? Some experts had made these claims before while meditating in this place. Because of this, many cultivators came here in hopes of getting lucky. Perhaps they would be able to experience the same type of adventures as well. The duo crossed over the mountains and went deeper inside towards their destination. Young noble, have you been here before? Zhang Baitu asked after seeing how familiar Li Qie was with this place. Li Qie only responded with a mysterious grin. Many of the cultivators they met didn't find anything, so they kept on changing their location. Isn't that 100 disciple? A few cultivators recognized Zhang Baitu along the way. The majority of them were from the sects near Dongting Lake. Zhang Baitu had so many masters after joining numerous sects for nothing at all, so maybe he has accumulated enough experience. Come, let us see if he can comprehend anything. Although some cultivators were dismissive of him, others were irritated by their own lack of progress, so they wanted to tease him to get rid of their bad mood. In their eyes, Zhang Baitu was only a piece of trash. They could humiliate him however they want. Don't cross the line. Li Qie coldly spoke the moment these ill-willed cultivators approached his line. These cultivators stopped and one of them laughed. Oh? You must be Zhang Baitu's disciple. Ha, a foolish master can only produce an idiotic disciple. You think you can comprehend the Tao here as well? Li Qie ignored him and emotionlessly repeated, don't cross the line or face the consequences. Brat, who do you think you are? Li Qie's attitude made a few younger cultivators with some status quite annoyed. They contemptuously spoke, you think we'll listen to you? What are you going to do about it? Only an ant yet you still dare to shout in front of us. So what if we cross the line, are you gonna bite me? Oh wait, I forgot, a dog that bites will never bark. With that, they headed towards Zhang Baitu. Li Qie didn't bat an eye. Instead, he performed a sweeping kick. These cultivators turned furious after seeing this, and one of the nobles said, "Naive fool." Bang! They couldn't even counter since they were kicked flying by Wuxia. Blood spurted out along with many explosions. Wuxia mercilessly sent them into many huge trees with blood spraying everywhere. He then stared at them coldly and slowly walked over. At this time, these pale cultivators were frightened. They wanted to crawl back up, especially the noble-looking one. He screamed, "You, don't come over here, don't come over here." Chapter 1243, Dragon Sound. In a short period of time, screams resounded left and right in these woods along with a series of bone-breaking noises. At this time, Wuxia was stomping on the legs of these cultivators. Their legs were crushed completely as they howled like slaughtered pigs. These shrill screams echoed across the thicket. Who is so ruthless? The screams alarmed some of the nearby cultivators. They came with curiosity and saw Wuxia's leg-breaking fest. Their eyes darted at each other and wondered just who this human kid was and why he dared to be so vicious. Eventually, with a loud bang, Wuxia stomped on the noble-looking youth and coldly glared at him. The paled cultivator busily shouted, Don't do anything stupid. I am a disciple of the Wyvern country, a great power in the Dragon Demon Sea. If you dare to kill me, my country will not treat it lightly." His wrist was stomped by Wuxia. This Wyvern disciple and everyone else shut up. They knew that they had messed with the wrong guy. This fellow was too ruthless. Wuxia only wanted to teach them a lesson. If he wanted to kill them, it would have been easier than crushing an ant. Boom! Wuxia kicked this disciple from Wyvern flying through many trees while shouting, "Scram, don't let me see you again." These cultivators pissed their pants from fear. After hearing this, it was like they had been pardoned. They quickly rolled on the ground to get up and run away. The disciple from Wyvern was from a great power and so couldn't swallow his anger. After he flew far enough, he exclaimed, "Brat, leave your name if you dare." Wuxia gave him a side eye and replied, "Wuxia." After hearing this, the disciple faltered several steps backward in horror. He had just heard this name recently. Many cultivators who were watching for fun were startled as well, especially those who heard the news from the Jade Sea. They became completely pale. One of them said, "He is the disciple of the peacock tree, the successor of that land. He helped the trees sacrifice 1 billion teeming fish, no wonder why he is so ruthless." News of the tree's blood refinement had reached the Dragon Demon Sea. Of course, many believed that this was the masterpiece of the peacock tree while Wuxia only acted as the tree controller. He became famous overnight due to the prestige that came with being an ancestral tree's disciple. A cultivator commented in horror, "Damn. He helped the peacock tree annihilate an entire race. This ancestral tree is definitely a monster, so being its disciple, he can't be a kind person either, he's definitely a little monster as well." The massacre of the teeming race, the most populous tribe in Heaven's spirit, had shocked countless people. This added to Wuxia's notoriety despite everyone assuming that he was only the Treefather's accomplice. Just imagine, billions of lives were refined overnight. Anyone would quiver with weak knees after hearing this. As for the Wyvern disciple and his companions, needless to say, they turned and fled as far as they could. They didn't dare to think about taking revenge any longer. Wuxia's fierce reputation had shattered their courage. In a short period of time, the cultivators outside the thicket had ugly expressions. Many even chose to run away to avoid provoking this fierce person. Wuxia ignored them and leaned on a tree as he watched Zhang Baitu. A long time had passed, yet there was still no changes with Zhang Baitu. Nevertheless, Wuxia was confident in him because the Zhang had some ties with this place as well as Rainbow City. It was just that their descendants didn't know about these secrets. Minutes came and went, but Zhang Baitu remained motionless as if he didn't gain anything. Prior to this, very few would watch him meditate. After all, Those who had heard of his name knew that his talents were completely insufficient since he was still a failure after joining so many sections. They thought that this was simply a waste of time. However, after being aware of Li Qia's great name, some became curious. Even though they didn't know why this fierce man was hanging around Zhang Baitu, they wanted to see if the old man could harvest anything. One thing was for certain: as the clock ticked down, Zhang Baitu had reached a state of total calmness. A while later, a crisp voice resounded next to Li Qia. Will brother Zhang be able to do it? No one knows when Hong Yujiao appeared beside Li Qia. She was quite worried while watching Zhang Baitu under the tree. Li Qia flatly said, all of you know nothing about what kind of people your ancestors were and what they experienced. This is because you have no interest in them at all. Hong Yujiao couldn't refute because she was indeed ignorant of them. Hong Yujiao eventually spoke. You are the successor of Peacock Land, a tree controller. After returning, she uncovered all of his information and understood his identity. Li Qia didn't answer and continued his watch. I misunderstood you before. She spoke after a moment of silence. The Peacock Tree Father has always been protecting the human race and is adored by many. You are its disciple, so I'm sure you weren't scheming against Dongting Lake. Li Qia chuckled after hearing this. It seemed that the misconception of him being related to the peacock tree had spread uncontrollably. However, he was too lazy to correct them. My father wants to meet you. She eventually revealed her goal. Li Qia laughed and replied, what does he want to talk about? The 100 Saints Hall, or what happened with the Iron Scale School? Most likely the business of the human race. She replied, Peacock Land is the second largest haven for humans after the Exquisite Valley. Even though Dongting Lake isn't as large as Peacock Land, there are many things that can be done to mutual benefit. That's fine. If he wants to talk, tell him to come and see me. Li Qia just smiled with a completely indifferent attitude. She refrained from speaking. Li Qia's words sounded like a command for her father, so she couldn't exactly tell him this. It's time. Li Qia had been fixated on Zhang Baitu the whole time. His eyes flashed as he noticed something. Hong Yujiao quickly turned to look at her senior brother as well. A buzzing emanated from Zhang Baitu's body as it lit up, emitting a frightening light. The old tree behind him unexpectedly shook a little bit along with his body. It was as if they were touching something. The brilliance from his body increased as time went on, and the light slowly turned into rays. The tree then stopped moving and a very faint sound came about. While listening to it carefully, one could vaguely hear the roar of a true dragon. The roar sounded as if it was saying something, but humans couldn't understand it. Is that really the sound of a dragon? The cultivators outside the thicket were astonished. What? How is this possible? Zhang Baitu actually obtained a fortune? Some of them couldn't believe this scene while murmuring to themselves. They felt that this was simply impossible. Even though people said that dragon cries were present in the valley, only a very small number of masters were able to hear them. Others didn't have this privilege. Thus, it was even more impossible for Zhang Baitu, who was known to have rubbish talent. Continuously failing despite joining so many sects left others thinking of him as a being that was hopelessly stupid. It would be daydreaming for someone like him to think about gaining enlightenment in Dragonheart Valley. However, a strange visual phenomenon was occurring around him. The impossible was unraveling before the crowd. That's a dragon's cry. Hong Yujiao became absent-minded as well. She didn't have much hope in Zhang Baitu either. It was not because she looked down on him, but because he indeed possessed some flaws in terms of cultivation. I think so. The cultivators outside were jolted. They quickly sat down and focused in order to listen. They wanted to understand what the dragon was saying to obtain this fortune. Hong Yujiao attentively listened as well in order to comprehend the faint cries of the dragon. Chapter 1244, Dao Breakthrough. With the passage of time, Zhang Baitu's body became increasingly luminous while the dragon sounds from the old tree became more sonorous. In the end, it was no longer a vague sound, it truly became the voice of a dragon. It really is a dragon's cry. The valley truly has them. The voice of the dragon had alarmed many people. More and more came and were jolted by this sound. Despite the rumors of its existence, few people had heard it before. Many had failed and given up in the past, but now, they were both ecstatic and somewhat afraid after hearing it. In a short period of time, many cultivators began meditating right outside of this thicket and carefully listened to the profundities encompassed within these draconic sounds. By successfully doing so, perhaps they could understand the great mysteries of the Supreme Grand Tao. From that, it might lead them to the path where the true dragon bones and immortal draconic runes awaited. However, despite their best efforts, they couldn't understand it. Even Hong Yujiao was no exception. As time passed, the light from Zhang Baitu's body gradually dimmed and the dragon's voice from the old tree became fainter until it disappeared completely. Many listeners returned to the present after it disappeared. They received nothing out of it since they couldn't understand what it was saying or the mysteries within. They, instead, stared at Zhang Baitu in disbelief, especially those who knew about him beforehand. This was an incredibly cruel joke. He stood up before the crowd with a delighted expression. Without a doubt, he had quite a harvest. He walked to the front of Li Qia and immediately prostrated to express his gratitude. "Thank you for guiding me from my past mistakes. This lowly one will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life." Li Qia nodded his head and accepted the grand gesture. "Congratulations, senior brother. With today's enlightenment, your future potential is limitless." Hong Yujiao was happy for Zhang Baitu. By finally being able to take this step, he would surely have many amazing accomplishments later on. "Sister, you are too kind. I only learned a little bit and can't be shameless enough to accept the praise of having limitless potential." Zhang Baitu was very modest in his response. Nevertheless, he was still very excited because, in his eyes, only geniuses would be able to explore the Grand Tao. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't reach this level, let alone a stupid person like himself. He couldn't even train regular merit laws, so he didn't dare to think about the impossibility that was exploring the Grand Tao. However, he felt as if his mind had been cleared. With his newfound wisdom, a Grand Tao was appearing right before him. People stared at him in disbelief due to his past reputation of being an incurable fool. It was simply inconceivable that such a guy could have become enlightened from listening to the voice of a dragon. "Let's go," Li Qia told Zhang Baitu and turned to walk away. The brother and sister quickly followed him out of the thicket. Of course, this valley didn't only have dragon cries. It also contained other supreme immortal items, but Li Qia naturally wouldn't search for them. After they left, a bunch of cultivators immediately jumped into the thicket and competed for the spot below the old tree. The first cultivator that got to the tree said, "I was here first, let me try to meditate." "Why do you get to go first? Everyone here has paid, so if you want to meditate, the rest of us should be able to as well." Another immediately voiced his displeasure. Very quickly, the scene became chaotic. Everyone wanted to sit under this old tree to meditate. They felt that if a fool like Zhang Baitu could hear a dragon's voice under the tree, then the rest of them would be able to gain much more than him. The news of Zhang Baitu's enlightenment spread across the valley. Many people had thought that it was not worth spending money to enter the valley, but they were now tempted and immediately handed their jades over to jump inside. They didn't want to be one step slower than the others. When Li Qia got outside of the valley, he looked at the old man and leisurely smiled. "I heard that there is a treasure trove at Dragon Well, is that true?" The old man's expression changed after hearing this. Li Qia laughed in response, "Don't worry, I'm just messing with you. As for the treasure trove and dragon bones, they should be left for the destined ones." With that, he turned and left. "I'll give you an 80% discount next time." The old man cheerfully smiled at Li Qia, who was walking away. Li Qia chuckled and didn't turn around to answer. After they walked for a while, Hong Yujiao curiously asked, "Does Dragonheart really have dragon bones and runes?" Li Qia continued on while lightly answering, "Their existence isn't important since they are not destined to be yours. However, if you must know, just keep in mind that your Dongting Lake and Rainbow City have deep ties. The same goes for the giant dragon kingdom. I hope that as the lake's descendants, you too won't forget about your ancestors and roots. One day, you might need to rely on Rainbow City. We have deep ties with Rainbow City and the giant dragon kingdom. Hong Yujiao was surprised. Zhang Baitu felt the same way. He had never heard about this before and spoke with disbelief. I heard that the giant dragon kingdom doesn't actually exist since it is only part of the legends. No one has been there before. Li Chia stopped and turned to look at the two. It looks like you descendants are becoming worse and worse since you don't even know your own roots. Just keep my words in mind. Aim higher than other people while maintaining your ambition and courage. Your clans chose to fight each other for power, but in the eyes of others, this is only a competition between ants. No one will care about the past glory of your ancestors. The duo exchanged glances. They didn't completely understand what Li Chia was referring to. Rely on each other during times of turmoil while maintaining great magnanimity towards all as well as your ancestors' great moral values. One day, you too will understand your roots, and at that time, those existences up in the clouds will finally take note of you. That will be the day when you find out just how glorious your clans used to be. He gently sighed and left one final remark while looking at them. This is all I can do. The future relies on juniors like the two of you to build. Li Chia didn't want to bother with Dongting Lake's power struggle back then, but right now, out of consideration for the ancestors from the Hong, Zhang and Su clans, Li Chia couldn't help but ultimately guide them. Whether they would be able to figure it out and take the next step would be up to themselves. They must be the ones to grasp their own destinies. Others could only show them the way. The duo carefully contemplated Li Chia's words. Even though they didn't understand them completely, they certainly memorized them. They didn't go too far after leaving the valley when a young man came before them. He had an extraordinary presence and a bright glow. There was a pair of translucent jade-like horns that made him look quite fierce. He grew happy the moment he saw Hong Yujiao and quickly walked forward to enthusiastically greet them. Young sister, we meet again. Young noble Shengguan, long time no see. Hong Yujiao nodded her head in a polite manner that wasn't overly welcoming yet not too distant at the same time. The youth enthusiastically asked Hong Yujiao, I heard that you wanted to go to Rainbow City. That's great, how about we go together to Dragonheart Valley? She gently shook her head in response, thank you, but I was summoned by my seniors and must return to the sect. The youth became disappointed after hearing this. His eyes then darted over towards Li Chia. Since the beginning, he didn't care for Li Chia, but after seeing Li Chia's face, his eyes narrowed and he coldly stared at him. You are Li Chia, the successor of Peacock Land? So what? Li Chia glanced at him in response. The youth coldly said, it's very good that you have admitted it. You are the one who harmed disciples from my Wyvern country. So it turned out that this youth was the Wyvern Crown Prince, Shengguan Feilong. He had recently heard of Li Chia since his fellow disciples were beaten by him. He wanted to settle the score with Li Chia. Li Chia indifferently replied, maybe. Remember that this isn't your Peacock Land. This is the Dragon Demon Sea, not a place for you to act presumptuously. Shengguan Feilong coldly said, you need to give our country a proper answer for hurting our disciples. Young noble Shengguan, your disciples were at fault. Hong Yujiao slowly spoke. They provoked young noble Li, which resulted in them being injured. They can only blame themselves for their lack of skill. At this time, Hong Yujiao stood up for Li Chia. Chapter 1245, Dragonwell City. After hearing Hong Yujiao, Shengguan Feilong darted his eyes at Li Chia. Despite being unwilling, he still scowled and said, our disciples were incapable, and out of consideration for young sister Hong, I won't pursue this any further. But Li, you better control yourself, this is the territory of us sea demons. Without a doubt, this was a direct threat towards Li Chia. Li Chia only smiled and didn't really care. He had no intention of taking action against cultivators of Feilong's level unless they were asking to die. Feilong glared at Li Chia one last time before cupping his fists at Hong Yujiao. Young sis, I have met my big sister. She says that she also wants to see uncle. Wait for us after the birthday celebration of the Jian ancestor. We will visit your house and see uncle then. Hong Yujiao chose to be quiet instead of answering. After Feilong left, Zhang Baitu worriedly looked at her and said, "Junior sister, it looks like his big sister is coming to ask for an engagement. He must be feeling quite confident this time." Eventually, Hong Yujiao answered, "I won't marry so easily. It won't be that simple." Despite not staying at Dongting Lake, Zhang Baitu still knew a few things, resulting in his worries. "I heard that the Wyvern country has always wanted a human with a great bloodline to help pass on their own. People say that Feilong's bloodline is very powerful, the best of the younger generation with the exception of his sister. I also heard that they wanted to become in-laws with the exquisite valley. Unfortunately for them, the valley refused right away." Zhang Baitu continued, "Sister, your bloodline is the most exceptional in our lake, so the Wyvern country won't give up that easily. Plus, with his sister coming in person, they will also have the backing of the Roaring Conch, giving them ample leverage." So what if Shangguan Fian is back?" Hong Yujiao snorted. "Can they really force this marriage?" Zhang Baitu could only sigh. There was no point in worrying about it since he wasn't strong enough to do anything. Regardless of her tough posturing, she still reminded Li Chia, "Young noble Li, there's no need to worry about this Shangguan Feilong." However, his sister, Shuangguan Fian, warrants some caution. She comes from the Roaring Conch and is doted on by its ancestors. People say that there is a possibility of her marrying the Sea Shield Prince to become the mistress of the Roaring Conch. Sometimes, taking a step back is the right way to go about things. You don't need to go head-on against the Wyvern country. She warned him with good intent. After all, the Roaring Conch is very powerful at the Dragon Demon Sea. They can even order the sea demons around the world. So it turns out that Shangguan Feilong came from Wyvern, a great power in this sea region. Of course, the thing they were most proud about was not the true dragon bloodline coursing through their veins. It was Shangguan Fian who was able to join the Roaring Conch and become one of the youngest god monarchs. Li Chia responded to these warnings with a smile. Hong Yujiao sighed because she understood that her words went in one ear and out the other. After leaving the valley, she also wanted to return to Dongting Lake in order to report to her father. Before leaving, she respectfully said her goodbyes. "I'll go report to my father about this. Hopefully, you will meet him at least once." Li Chia insipidly responded, "Tell him to come meet me at Dragon Well." After she left, Li Chia told Zhang Baitu, "Go back and clean up your belongings, we'll be going to Dragon Well." Zhang Baitu nodded. At this time, he would obey any command from Li Chia. After packing his stuff, he followed Li Chia to Dragon Well. This was the second stop of Rainbow City. There was only one way to go from Dragonheart to Dragon Well, and that was to ride the Rainbow Fish. He knew that Rainbow City consisted of Dragonheart, Dragon Well, and Dragon Spring, but he had never heard of a city above the clouds. People never mentioned it. "You don't need to know, so don't ask." Li Chia gently shook his head. "If, one day, the people up there notice you, then you will naturally learn about them. Just keep trying, the future is still full of opportunities." Zhang Baitu didn't ask again. He breathed deeply and nodded. "Stay at the Rainbow Pavilion branch." Li Chia casually handed some jades to Zhang Baitu before leaving. Zhang Baitu watched him leave without asking where he wanted to go and headed for the inn right afterward. Li Chia walked along the long street with his heart slightly jumping. Something seemed to be affecting him as unwanted memories resurfaced in his mind. He took his time walking to the end of the street. An old mansion appeared before him. Its age didn't affect its majestic aura, as if there was an overlord presiding over the estate. A wooden plaque with the word Jian could be found hanging at the entrance. It was written in an archaic style that contained infinite prestige. The Jian clan of Rainbow City was a legendary existence. Despite its low profile, people still viewed it with awe and respect. Rumor has it that the Jian clan were the only outsiders who were allowed to stay long-term at Rainbow City. This was the only stopping place for humans in the entire city. Rainbow City was vast. Many powerful lineages, such as the Seven Martial Pavilion and the Roaring Conch, wanted to establish their own strongholds or divisions in this place. However, regardless of how strong they were, even when their sea gods were still alive, they couldn't get into Rainbow City. These powerful lineages didn't dare to act recklessly here without permission from the city. Chapter 1246, Jian Clan. The Jian clan had established their lineage in Rainbow City a very long time ago. They had a pivotal position in this place, similar to their position in the Dragon Demon Sea and all of Heaven's Spirit. They were even more significant for the human race. As the only human lineage capable of staying in Rainbow City, the clan had done many favors for the human race. Even though the disciples from this clan rarely showed themselves outside of the city, they had always been very reasonable. No one has ever looked down on the Jian clan, whether they be the charming spirits for branches or the Trent's Golden Isle, as well as the sea demons Roaring Conch and Seven Martial Pavilion. Whenever their ancestors visited Dragon Well, they would go visit the Jian clan as well. In the Heaven Spirit world, whenever the Jian clan got involved, the parties would always show them some consideration. The origin of the Jian clan remained unknown. Outsiders didn't know what kind of lineage they were. The only thing known was that they were humans that were closely related to Rainbow City. This was not only a low-key clan but also one shrouded in mysteries. Many of the great powers, especially the behemoths, had traceable backgrounds. Their ancestors were either sea gods, tree fathers, or immortal emperors. The weakest among their ancestors would be unstoppable god kings, and tales of their ancestors would be sung in the contemporary. This was not the case for the Jian ancestors. The clan was just as mysterious as the giant Dragon Mountain range. It seemed that the clans suddenly appeared overnight. What was even stranger was that they established a stronghold in Rainbow City very quickly. While standing on the street and looking into the Jian clan that was just inches away, Li Qie felt an indescribable emotion. For him, the Jian clan was also a home. Many of his footprints and memories were left in this place. However, he didn't want to go inside right now. The heavens is too unreachable. There is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world. Alas once whispered this to him. Whenever he stood before these gates, these words would echo in his mind. There was nothing in this world that could hinder his path or make him stop. Alas, this sentence haunted his mind and made him feel quite uncomfortable. Resting was impossible for him, at least not in this lifetime. For many, starting a family and having children was not difficult, but this was a life unattainable for Li Qie. He sighed in disappointment and murmured, "I can't do that. I will never be an ant that submits to the world. I am the blood-stained hand that will slay to the very end. Death is my companion and blood makes up my bed." Through the ages, some wished that he would continue on while others hoped that he could rest. Alas, these people eventually left the world. No one could persevere with him on this endless fight. There was a little shop along the path. It sold snacks and lighter dishes with only a few tables. It wasn't early in the day anymore, but the old stove in the shop still let off curling steam and smoke. His heart slightly jolted after seeing the shop. He didn't enter the Jian clan and instead quietly sat down at a table. There was only one gray-haired old man working as both the waiter and the cook. His apron looked dated. It had been exposed to smoke for an incredible amount of time, yet it was still clean. The old man quickly came and asked after Li Qie sat down, "Sir, what would you like?" Li Qie blurted out without thinking, "1 bowl of boiled tofu." This was an all too familiar answer. He gently sighed again when his mind returned. "Okay, coming right up." The old man was very agile and immediately cooked some for him. Boiled tofu. Li Qie smiled wryly. Back then, he had tasted this dish countless times at this very shop. This was a style that originated from the mortal emperor world and was next to impossible to forget. At that time, there were 2 little girls who also enjoyed eating here. In the faint steam, these 2 were always at odds. Who would have thought that one of them would eventually become an invincible empress? It didn't take long before the old man presented the bowl before Li Qie. Its warmth thawed his cold heart. He began eating each piece of slippery and tender tofu as the familiar taste melted in his mouth. This boiled tofu is a delicacy in this world. No one will ever get tired of eating it. Li Qie had to comment. The old man revealed a simple smile and responded, "Sir, please don't laugh, but this dish in my shop is a peerless recipe that originated from the mortal emperor world. It has been passed down in my home from one generation to another without fail." Li Qie faintly smiled and continued to take his time eating. Of course, he knew where this craft came from more than anyone else. While savoring the familiar taste in his mouth in this mist-filled shop, it seemed that he had returned to those early years. In the hazy mist, he could see the two competitive little girls again. One had eyes full of wisdom while the other had a resolute glare. He suddenly saw the intelligent girl sitting there, quietly eating tofu with him. She didn't utter a single word, but all that needed to be said had been told. Eventually, everything disappeared into the rising steam from the hot bowl of tofu. The two girls destined to become the Empress and the Wise One dispersed. Everything was in the past, both the Empress and the Wise Goddess had turned to smoke. He was the only one left after the long years. A while later, he looked up and noticed the Jian clan was decorated with lanterns and flowers. He asked the old man with an indifferent tone, "Is there a celebration at the Jian clan?" "Sir, haven't you heard?" The old man answered, "The 8,000th birthday of the Jian grandfather is coming up, everyone from all over the seas are coming to wish him happy birthday." The old man looked at Li Qie in astonishment but refrained from commenting. Jian Longwei was a name full of clout in heaven's spirit. He was the current master of the Jian clan and had been in charge for several thousand years. His status was equal to a supreme god king. His 8,000th birthday was almost here. At that time, many big shots from all over the world would come to Dragon Well to give him their blessings. Of course, there was another meaning to his name. Just like Li Qie said, it wasn't a name that could be bestowed upon birth. While Li Qie continued to eat his tofu, a youth came out of the Jian clan and sat down in the shop as well. This youth was very handsome in his violet robe. One could see his bulging muscles underneath them as they exuded a robust feel. However, his strength was not that of a brute but rather a refined type of power. The youth spoke with a smile, "Uncle, boiled tofu again. I love this dish of yours." "Okay, coming up." The old man smiled and got busy again. He then brought a bowl for the youth. The fellow wasn't reserved at all and dug in right away. It only took him 3 to 5 bites to finish the entire bowl. After heaving a satisfying belch, he finally noticed Li Qie inside the shop. Chapter 1247, Jian Shaotai. While watching Li Qie's unhurried manner of eating, the youth couldn't help but praise, "Brother, you really know how to savor the delicious flavors. The boiled tofu here is really just too good, but I finish way too fast. I'm just a cow chewing on the peony." While these two were staying at the inn, Dragon Well became even more lively. Its streets could only be described as being occupied by a sea of people. This was because Jian Longwei's 8,000th birthday was coming up. Many great powers from all corners of the world sent their important characters to give him their blessings. His pivotal status and the respect he garnered from all the races in heaven's spirit was not only because he was the leader of the Jian clan, he was also a god king. Some even say that he was at the incredible celestial god king level. Great lineages such as Gu Chun's 4 branches, the 7 martial pavilion, and the Swift Dao holy ground all sent people as well. A few guests garnered a lot of attention. For example, Shangguan Fian from the Roaring Conch and Gong Sun Meiyu from the Profound Sea dynasty. People couldn't turn their eyes away. Today, both of these supreme beauties with deep friendships came together. Their appearance at the birthday celebration in Dragon Well created a very pretty scene when they walked together. The public praised them as magnificent head-turners. Shangguan Fian was very famous at the Dragon Demon Sea for being a genius of the Roaring Conch. Needless to say more about Gong Sun Meiyu, she was the profound monarch's concubine. Her charm seeped deep into the bones. The crowd started cheering when they presented their gifts. Miss Shangguan represents the roaring conch in gifting a phoenix conch in honor of the grandfather. A disciple responsible for accepting gifts accepted the item and recorded it down. Miss Gongsun represents the god monarch in gifting a longevity sea deer in honor of the grandfather. After hearing the announcement from this disciple, many in the audience marveled. The phoenix conch and longevity sea deer are both exceedingly rare treasures. Some were quite envious of the two gifts. They felt that only behemoths like the roaring conch and profound sea dynasty would be able to afford such gifts. Thank you for the generous presents. Jian Xiaotai personally received the two girls. Chapter 1248, Hong Tianzhu. While Li Qia was still at the Rainbow Pavilion, Zhang Baitu was striking while the iron was hot in order to comprehend the grand Tao he saw earlier. Of course, Li Qia was not in a rush to attend the birthday celebration. It was not his main purpose for coming here. Hong Yujiao came as well. Her father was with her, along with some disciples from the lake. He was the current master of the lake, Hong Tianzhu. Hong Tianzhu rose from his seat and lowered his voice. Young noble Li, your words are too condescending. My lake will take care of our own business. If you do not wish to befriend us, then forget it. Goodbye. Sit down. The glint in Li Qia's eyes bloomed. An oppressive atmosphere came from his eyes. It was as if they could annihilate eternity itself. Hong Tianzhu seemed to be imprisoned by gods from the glare. He involuntarily sat back down with a bang as if a hand of God had directly pushed him down. You still don't understand. Li Qia continued his scolding. Do you really think the phrase, protected by the wise sages of the 100 Saints Hall, is merely empty words? When was the last time you all visited and worshipped the souls of your ancestors? The wise sages of the 100 Saints Hall? He couldn't come up with an answer right away, but he knew of this particular phrase. Forget it. Li Qia gently sighed. I am too lazy to care about you all. If you want to work together with Peacock Land, I will show you the way by writing a letter to Kong Qinru of the Exquisite Valley. She will make the necessary arrangements for you. The Exquisite Valley Lord? Hong Tianzhu was taken aback. He didn't know the relationship between Li Qia and Kong Qinru. In theory, Li Qia was the successor of Peacock Land, so he should be in charge of this business. Go, Qinru will assist you. Li Qia gently waved his sleeve. He was tired of this problem with Dongting Lake. Only his love for their ancestors kept him involved. Hong Tianzhu hesitated and asked, well, will the Exquisite Valley agree to assist us in this matter? He felt that he by himself was not enough to deal with the valley. Li Qia couldn't help but look at him and ask, don't tell me you haven't been communicating with the Exquisite Valley? Well, Hong Tianzhu rubbed his palms together awkwardly and replied, our Dongting Lake do have some dealings with the Exquisite Valley, but it is only by chance most of the time. He became a bit embarrassed at this point and didn't know what else to say. Chapter 1249, Contract. Li Qia noticed Hong Tianzhu's awkward demeanor and flatly said, I understand now. You no longer have the contract from back then. It was written by the ancestors from the Zhang clan, so their withdrawal cut off the alliance between you and the Exquisite Valley. How do you know that? Hong Tianzhu was shocked to hear this. This was a story so ancient that even their lake had almost forgotten about it. Hong Tianzhu wouldn't have recalled this matter if Li Qia didn't bring up working together with the Exquisite Valley. Even juniors from the lake didn't know about this contract, let alone outsiders. Li Qia didn't answer his question directly. After severing this contract, your lake's descendants didn't have the ability to form another one. In the end, the valley stopped caring about your lake. Hong Tianzhu's old face became a bit hot. He coughed and said, I won't deny that. Dongting Lake is indeed inferior compared to the past. We descendants have not done well, so the lake isn't strong like before. This inevitably made others underestimate us. Hong Tianzhu sighed after saying this. Suddenly, he felt as if he was one generation below Li Qie in the hierarchy. Li Qie sighed as well and stared at Hong Tianzhu. He couldn't give up on him, so he pointed the way for him. The valley didn't ignore you because of the decline. Even though the Zhang ancestors were the ones who signed the contract, the Hong and Su ancestors were most likely involved in passing it down as well. Take a moment to reflect on what your lake has become. The clans are distancing themselves from each other, and all of you have long forgotten the teachings of your ancestors. Today, one clan will be on top, tomorrow, another will take its place. Everything has become such a mess with a total failure to comply with your legacy's own teachings. Li Qie paused before continuing. With this abandonment, your sect has become chaotic. All of its energy and resources are consumed by internal conflicts. Do you feel that your lake can still be powerful under these conditions? Hong Tianzhu was a bit tongue-tied after hearing this. The lake was built upon the labor of all three clans. Without this system that was fortified by an agreement, your group is nothing more than a bunch of stray dogs competing for a piece of meat. Think about it, the continuous changes in leadership in such a capricious manner rendered the entire system useless. Do you think the valley would want to be involved with your lake under these circumstances? Each of your clans has their own agenda while lacking the will to carry out a strategy that will benefit the entire lake as a whole. Hong Tianzhu didn't know how to respond. Li Qie gently sighed. It is not impossible to form an alliance with the exquisite valley. The descendants of your clans need to sit down. Let go of what should be abandoned, do what must be done, follow your lineage's old teachings and become a solidary whole once more. Repent and more opportunities shall arise. Well, Hong Tianzhu hesitated. He didn't know why Li Qie knew so many things about them, but he was taking Li Qie much more seriously. He eventually said, "Young noble, this isn't that simple. Even if I want to reform the union, the other ancestors might not necessarily agree. Moreover, the clans themselves might not be willing to follow the ancestral teachings again." Hong Tianzhu's remark was not unreasonable. After all, who would be willing to give up their power after being in charge? This was simply asking for the impossible. No one could withstand the temptation of power. This was precisely the reason why several generations later, the lake abandoned their teachings and contended over resources and authority. This led to the chaos in the lake and, not long after this, many long-term agreements could no longer be sustained. Li Qie nonchalantly replied, "Let the souls of your ancestors decide in accordance with their ironclad teachings. Kill those who dare to disobey without showing mercy." Hong Tianzhu was dazed after hearing this. It sounded like a joke, but he didn't dare to say it. The souls of the ancestors were an intangible and spiritual matter. It was only a way of commemorating the ancestors and their glorious achievements. It was impossible to seek these spirits and ask for their arbitration. Who would listen to such an ethereal idea? It seems like you all don't even know what you have lost. Li Qie shook his head and said, "After abandoning your union and contract, even the ancestors have been forgotten. It's no wonder why the valley looks down on your lake. It has thrown away all of its ancestors' prestige and even the most precious inheritance they left behind. Why would the valley care about you? You think that the 100 Saints Hall is storing treasures, right?" Li Qie coldly stared at Hong Tianzhu. Hong Tianzhu became quite embarrassed. Some of their ancestors did think that the hall stored treasures. Some of them had even tried to open it to no avail. Li Qie felt a bit helpless at these descendants and told Hong Tianzhu, "Then let me ask you, has your lake been worshipping the souls of the ancestors and the lake itself?" Well, Hong Tianzhu coughed awkwardly and couldn't say anything for a long time. The frustrated Li Qie shook his head and said, "I don't know what to say regarding your stupidity. If I was your ancestor, I would surely strangle you group of fools with only power in your eyes. Do you actually think that you have been able to defend Dongting Lake because it has a superb defensive terrain with your insignificant strength? Don't you know how important this treasure ground is? Your ancestors expended countless efforts in order to obtain it. In the Dragon Demon Sea, all of the great lineages like the Seven Martial Pavilion, the Roaring Conch, and the Dream Empyrean could easily destroy the lake whenever they want. He went on to say, do you think defending the lake is to your group's credit? To put it bluntly, the Dream Empyrean's Meng Zhentian can easily annihilate you all by himself, so why is it that none of them have maneuvered against the lake? Is it because of your few contemporary ancestors? In the eyes of others, these ancestors are no different from insects. The real reason why your lake has survived till now is due to the souls of your ancestors protecting everyone. Because of them, your enemies do not dare to act recklessly. Without their protection, within this dragon demon sea where the sea demons reign supreme, you ants would have been treated like fat pieces of meat and torn asunder by a group of bloodthirsty sharks. He snorted sarcastically as he finished his monologue, but today, you have forgotten about their souls. To actually not be performing the lake ceremony as well as worshipping your ancestors, how ridiculous. Hong Tianzhu stood there murmuring to himself, the souls of the ancestors. Li Qiye gently shook his head again with frustration. You can't be thinking that their souls are just an intangible concept? Hong Tianzhu smiled wryly and had no response again. Hong Yujiao, sitting to the side, couldn't comment either because she didn't know about the souls of the ancestors. As for the teachings and contract, she wasn't privy to them either. Many of the current elders in the lake didn't want to mention them. Of course, it was their direct ancestors who chose to abandon these rules in favor of power. They naturally wouldn't want to bring it up again. Hong Tianzhu mustered up his courage and asked after some musing, young noble, if we were to let the souls of the ancestors make the decision, how do we go about it? Do you really have the determination? Li Qiye looked at him and said, right now, your Hong clan has a lot of power at the lake and the Sioux also have several docks, right? The poorest among the clans is the Zhang. They don't even have a place to stay despite the lake being so large. Hong Tianzhu didn't know too much about the power struggle back then either, but he had heard a few things about it. Even though the Zhang ancestors lost, they still had one dock remaining out of the 18. However, these ancestors were furious at that time and chose to leave Dongting Lake. The rest of them then divided the Zhang clan's assets. This wasn't a proud event at all. Li Qiye nonchalantly looked at him and said, will your Hong clan be willing to give up your power and resources? Hong Tianzhu eventually answered, I don't know what the ancestors will say, but you are right, our lake is indeed in disarray due to the power struggles. We only do what we want, so many of our covenants and pacts with others can't be implemented. If this keeps up, the lake will be even more fragmented and become weaker. I understand after listening to you today. He gently sighed, we must be the ones to reshape the order of the lake. Otherwise, no one will respect us. As the master of the lake, he understood that many of their current agreements couldn't be carried out at all. Chapter 1250, Marriage Proposal. Li Qiye watched over Hong Tianzhu for a bit before speaking, very well, if you are truly sincere, then it will be for the best. I will give your lake one last chance. If you can't seize it, then you are on your own in the future. Hong Tianzhu became excited and quickly bowed, thank you, young noble. Even though he knew neither what Li Qiye was capable of or about the souls of the ancestors, his intuition was telling him that this was a once-in-a-million-years opportunity for their lake. If they were to miss it, then they would truly be on the verge of a real decline. Hong Yujiao was also confused at this moment. They didn't know who this man was, but she felt an unfathomable aura from him. When he sat there, it seemed as if he was the master of all. Both she and her father felt their statuses lowered while he would remain the same for all eternity. Li Qiye asked Hong Tianzhu, did you come to Dragon Well to celebrate the Jian clan's birthday? Hong Tianzhu quickly answered, young noble, you are correct. Our lake was invited for the 8,000th birthday, so we came to give the Jian grandfather our blessings. Very well, we'll go together then. Having an audience with the grandfather will be good. Li Qiye gently nodded, as for whether you can build a friendship with the Jian clan in the future or not, that will depend on your own fortune. Meet the grandfather? Hong Tianzhu was both excited and nervous. Even though their lake did have some ties with the Jian clan, it was a very shallow relationship. To a large extent, the only reason they were invited to this celebration was most likely because they were also humans. Their lake was not qualified to see the grandfather alone. This was something left to behemoths like the Seven Martial Pavilion and Roaring Conch. How could he not be shocked by this development? It was truly a good opportunity for Dongting Lake. Your Highness, please stop, our master is in a meeting. The voice of a disciple from the lake came from outside. But before this disciple could finish, the person had already barged inside. The intruder was the Wyvern Crown Prince, Shangguan Feilong. The disciple outside couldn't exactly stop him, so they were at an impasse. Hong Tianzhu and Hong Yujiao were surprised to see this sudden intrusion and slightly frowned. After coming inside, Shangguan Feilong felt annoyed when he saw Li Qie and snorted. However, he didn't push it further and decided to ignore Li Qie. He cupped his fist towards the other two and said, "Uncle, sister, please excuse my rude interruption, I was simply too anxious." The deed was done, so despite feeling unhappy, Hong Tianzhu managed to ask, "Nephew, is there an important event?" Shangguan Feilong was visually happy. He bowed and carefully spoke, "My big sis wants to invite you to the Jian clan to talk about the marriage between sister and me." "What marriage?" Hong Yujiao's expression shifted. Hong Tianzhu grimaced as well and said, "Nephew, this joke is going too far. It is too early to talk about marriage." "Uncle, it isn't early." Shangguan Feilong gloated, "My big sis has sent messages to the ancestors of the lake, and they have agreed. Moreover, our marriage will be administered by the Sea Shield Prince." Both the father and daughter were alarmed upon hearing this sudden development. They couldn't react in time. The ancestors of the lake have high hopes for this marriage and wish for it to happen soon. The happy youth spoke, "My big sis heard that uncle was staying at Dragon Well, so she told me to come and invite you to the Jian clan to discuss things further." Hong Tianzhu raised his brows and asked in a serious manner, "When did the ancestors agree to this?" "Just a while ago." Shangguan Feilong was all smiles, "Sister and I are a perfect match." "This marriage is a match made in heaven," Hong Yujiao coldly interrupted him. "I'll be in charge of my own marriage, the ancestors don't need to worry about it." Hong Yujiao was quite dissatisfied with the ancestors from the lake suddenly deciding her marriage for her. Hong Tianzhu felt the same way, evident by his grimace. He understood why the ancestors agreed so quickly. To a large extent, it was due to Feilong's older sister, Shangguan Fian. She was one of the most excellent geniuses of the Roaring Conch. Plus, there had been rumors of her marrying her senior brother, the Sea Shield Prince, to become the future mistress of that sect. If the lake could form this marriage pact with the Wyvern country, they would also be able to suck up to the Roaring Conch. It would be very beneficial to have such a strong backing. However, he was not happy about this marriage. His daughter had the most excellent bloodline among the lake's younger generation. He naturally didn't want their Hong clan's best bloodline to go to a foreign race. Shangguan Feilong quickly responded to Hong Yujiao, "Sister, we are childhood friends. You have the best bloodline while I will inherit the Wyvern country. Our children will be dragons and phoenixes amongst men. They could even inherit the true dragon's bloodline from my forefathers. Since when did the Wyvern country have a true dragon's bloodline?" A very blunt voice interrupted Feilong. Li Qie coldly commented, "A little snake crawling up from the seabed dares to claim to be a true dragon?" Li Qie didn't show Feilong any respect. The Wyvern country is nothing. How can it be qualified to marry a daughter from the Hong clan? When the ancestors from the Hong clan lorded over the world, your forefather was only a little snake at the bottom of the ocean. You. Feilong's expression became quite unsightly after the hurtful words. He furiously pointed at Li Qie and spat, "Li, don't think you're all that because you're the peacock tree's disciple. It can only be invincible at Peacock Land and will never be able to leave. Without its protection, you are nothing and can be killed at any time." Li Qie was too lazy to give him another glance. He stood up and told Hong Yujiao, "Your marriage is for you to decide. Those geezers from the lake are hopelessly stupid. In order to gain a backing, they are willing to give up their best bloodline to a foreign race as a cauldron. truly a bunch of idiots. If you want to marry, then do it. If you don't, then you don't have to worry about anyone forcing you. Just let me know and I shall deal with them. These other races are not qualified to marry the excellent bloodline of the Han clan. Having said that, he walked towards the door. Fai Long was enraged by Li Qie and shouted, "Motherfucker, I dare you to say that again." Li Qie ignored him and left the lobby. Hong Tianzhu quickly consoled him, "Nephew, a marriage is a happy event, but it is also very important. Wait until I come back and talk to the ancestors to figure things out, then I'll meet your sister. Of course, I'll probably see her at the birthday celebration anyway. Uncle, after this feast, my sister will be going back to the Roaring Conch. She wants to arrange the marriage before leaving." Fai Long had to ignore Li Qie and replied to Hong Tianzhu, "If this can be done, she can also invite the Sea Shield Prince to preside over our wedding. I understand your eagerness as well as Miss Shangguan's line of thought." Hong Tianzhu was conflicted. The ancestors didn't bother talking to him before deciding his daughter's marriage. He continued to appease Fai Long, "Don't worry, I will give your sister a definite answer before she leaves." It took a while before Tianzhu managed to calm Fai Long down and send him away. The ancestors are too unreasonable. How can they make a decision about my marriage like this? Hong Yujiao expressed her dissatisfaction after Fei Long's departure. Hong Tianzhu sighed and insipidly said, "Do you still not see it? There is only one reason why the ancestors from our Hong and Su clans could reach an agreement in such a short amount of time. Even though we have a lot of power in the lake right now, several of our Hong ancestors are near the end of their lifespans. If they die, then the Su clan will have a chance to close the gap. The Roaring Conch is the most powerful lineage right now with a great amount of divine medicine. If I'm not mistaken, the ancestors must have reached an agreement with Shangguan Fian. They want to use this marriage to trade for some medicine." He sighed helplessly after coming to this conclusion. Chapter 1251, Bloodshark Scion. Hong Yujiao felt gloomy after hearing her father. Hong Tianzhu continued his explanation while feeling frustrated. "As for the ancestors from the Su clan, it is pretty easy to guess why they are in favor of this marriage. Among the younger generations, your bloodline is the most exceptional with the highest chance for atavism. If you stay at the lake, you will have a better chance than anyone else to inherit my mantle and become the next master of the lake. As you can imagine, if our Hong clan were to stay in power, the other clans will not be happy. This is why they were able to reach an agreement about the marriage proposal so quickly." He sighed after finishing his explanation. She voiced her displeasure, "Our ancestors are too outrageous. I am not an object." Tianzhu continued with a hint of helplessness, "Despite being together, our clans have always sought power. It has been many years since we were last united. Young Noble Li was right about why others look down on us. Our clans are not doing a good job of operating the lake, everyone is only after their own interests and small gains. Perhaps this is the time for us to change. Otherwise, we will die from infighting before an enemy has the chance to destroy us." His eyes became determined after stating this. She worriedly responded, "Father, I'm afraid the ancestors will not agree to reuniting our clans and obeying our past teachings. Even our own ancestors won't allow you to do so." "I know." Tianzhu gently sighed, "But what else can we do? Do we keep on watching the internal struggle until our demise?" He lowered his tone here, "As for the marriage, I will personally discuss it with them." Their actions were too unreasonable this time. Having said that, he contemplated quietly for a while. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Baitu had finally comprehended his own Tao and was overjoyed by his success. Not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine that such a day would come. He left his closed cultivation since the birthday celebration was swiftly approaching. Together with Li Qie, he went to the Jian clan along with Hong Tianzhu, Hong Yujiao, and some disciples from the lake. At this time, Dragonwell City was quite lively. People crowded together along the streets. This was especially true for the Jian mansion. Carriages were everywhere with people coming and going. Guests from all over the seas came to wish happy birthday to the Jian grandfather. Even imperial lineages created by sea gods and immortal emperors were no exceptions. Before arriving at the mansion, Li Qia's group met Feilong along the way. It seemed that he intended to walk together with them. Uncle, sister. Feilong cupped his fists and greeted them while only giving a cold humph towards Li Qia. He didn't wish to provoke Li Qia this time. It wasn't that he was afraid of Li Qia, even though Li Qia was the disciple of the peacock tree. After all, his big sis was the genius of the roaring conch, so his backing was quite amazing as well. This time, he was accompanied by another young man. This young man had a stout stature with a sharp pair of eyes. There seemed to be an ethereal bloody mist hovering around him. Feilong introduced him. Uncle, this is the blood shark Sion, you probably recognize him. Hong Yujiao and the rest of the lake's disciples trembled a bit. The blood shark village was very famous in the heaven spirit world. Moreover, it was right next to the wyvern country. Most importantly, it was more powerful than wyvern. Wyvern was relatively milder in their conduct, while this village was notorious for its cruelty. They often attacked smaller factions. Furthermore, one of its ancestors was the blood shark sovereign, a very terrifying existence. Rumor has it that in his youth, he was once recognized by the trident. However, for some unknown reason, the trident abandoned him, so he ultimately couldn't become a sea god. Nevertheless, his status at the Dragon Demon Sea was still untouchable. Other great powers had no desire to provoke him. Sect Master Hong, nice to meet you. In the future, we will be in-laws. Your lake's problems will be my blood shark village's problems. This scion was even more arrogant than Feilong as he cupped his fists and smiled. In-laws? Why do you say that? Hong Tianzhu furrowed his brows. It seemed like many interesting events were happening all at once. Feilong was the one who answered, Uncle, you haven't heard yet, but the Lin clan has betrothed their golden daughter to him. Hong Tianzhu's expression sank after hearing this. He was left in the dark despite being the sect master. It looked like the Lin clan didn't want to let the other clans know about it. He also understood that they did this in order to oppose the Hong clan. If, say, his daughter was to actually marry Shangguan Feilong, then it wouldn't only be a marriage with wyvern, they would also gain the favor of the roaring conch. This marriage was a source of worry for the other clans at Dongting Lake. Because of this, the Lin clan, a sect relatively close to the lake, was the first to have a marriage alliance with the blood shark village. He secretly lamented after realizing this. Many clans didn't even hesitate to cooperate with outsiders for power. At this time, the scion's eyes fell upon a female disciple. Even though she couldn't be described as kingdom-toppling, she still grew up to be quite beautiful with a graceful bearing like an orchid in a valley. His eyes lit up right away as he stared in an overbearing and rude manner. You must be Sister Lin. We shall be a great couple after getting married. The scion laughed and said, You have a holy bloodline while I have a sea god's bloodline. Our marriage will be a perfect matrimony. This scion was proving to be even more arrogant and overbearing than Shangguan Feilong. For this trip, Hong Tianzhu brought along the most excellent disciples among the younger generation. He wanted them to get to know the youths from the Jian clan. This miss with the surname Lin was a brilliant disciple. At this time, the scion's stare caused her discomfort. She couldn't help but hide behind Hong Yujiao. The scion's words were quite imposing. He spoke as if she was already his incubator, angering the other disciples. Alas, they didn't dare to speak up. The scion ignored the glares from these disciples and remained haughty as he dismissively said, This marriage is very beneficial to your Dongting Lake. This is the lake's honor. Hong Tianzhu snorted at this comment, but he remained calm. Meanwhile, Li Qia, who was watching indifferently on the sideline, couldn't help but shake his head. These foolish ancestors from the clans back at Dongting Lake were incurable. They didn't mind working together with outsiders to grab power. This was the same as inviting wolves to their own home. Such a hungry wolf was standing before them, evidenced by his invasive gaze at the young lady from the Lin clan. The blood shark scion smiled and said, "After the celebration, you should come with me to the blood shark village. I'll take you to see our customs." The young girl was still hiding behind Hong Yujiao while feeling disgusted by the scion's eyes that resembled those of a hungry wolf. She felt both angry and helpless because her own ancestors had betrothed her to the village. At this time, Li Chia began again with an insipid tone, "Blood shark village? Only a lowly race that enjoys feasting on rotten corpses. It took you forever to be able to come out of the water, yet you are here acting all pompous? Your lowly race is not qualified to marry one of my people. Scram to the side." Despite his initial stance of not caring for Dongting Lake, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. He had decided to personally rectify the problems those foolish ancestors had caused Dongting Lake. His comment came to Miss Lin's rescue. Many disciples felt quite pleased to hear it because they couldn't speak out against the order of their ancestors. The blood shark scion became heated right away. He turned around and coldly exclaimed, "You are that brat, the disciple of the peacock tree? It isn't here right now, so don't think you cannot be offended. Anyone can kill you right now." A chilling glint flashed across his eyes after issuing the threat. Li Chia suddenly smiled back. This was a smile that made Hong Tianju's heart skip a beat. He suddenly felt an ominous foreboding because he had heard of the blood ceremony that Li Chia and the Tree Father carried out. "Let us go to the Jian mansion," he quickly interjected in order to remind both the scion and Li Chia. Chapter 1252, Birthday Celebration. Shangguan Feilong also stopped the blood shark scion from fighting and quickly added, "Scion, there's no need to bother with a scoundrel like this. It will only ruin the mood of the grandfather's birthday, that wouldn't be good." The scion glanced at the Jian mansion not too far away and grunted to call it a day. Everyone had to be reserved at the Jian mansion. "Don't worry, his head is already claimed." Feilong grinned and told Li Chia, "We won't bother with you for now, but don't be happy for long. Queen Gongsun has already claimed your head. She has released a message about taking your head to sacrifice to her maid." Hong Yujiao and the rest of the disciples from the lake were aghast. Even Hong Tianzhu was a little stirred. He naturally knew who Queen Gongsun was, as the concubine of the profound god monarch. Her backing was the monstrous profound dynasty. Who the hell is she? Li Chia didn't even bat an eye and simply didn't take it to heart. The rest of his group had no comments. The guy was too domineering. Among the younger generation, who would dare to make such a remark about Gongsun Meiyu? Huh, ignorant fool. No one will be able to save you once the queen is here. Feilong smiled deviously. In fact, it was him who told Meiyu about Li Chia's presence at Dragon Well. If Meiyu wasn't preoccupied with meeting the big characters from the Jian clan, she would have already tried to take his head as revenge for her maid, Gongsun Qianer. "Gentlemen, we are here." Hong Tianzhu noticed the sparks in the air and quickly interrupted them when they made it to the entrance. The Jian disciples were welcoming guests. These disciples were very knowledgeable and quickly greeted the group. "Master Hong, Blood Shark Scion, welcome to our humble abode." Hong Tianzhu returned the gesture. Even the blood shark scion didn't dare to act presumptuously before the Jian clan. He politely conversed with these disciples. As for Feilong, he had been here already to deliver his gift, so he was very familiar with these disciples. While the others were talking with the Jian disciples, Miss Lin came next to Li Chia and whispered, "Thank you for earlier." Li Chia took a look at this gentle girl and noticed her slightly embarrassed demeanor. He sighed in his mind. In the past, these clans were completely united under one legion. Their battalions formed by their disciples once threatened the world with many great expeditions. Part of their prestige came from their integrity and open-mindedness, which attracted many human experts to join them. However, many years have passed and their descendants suffer from internal conflicts. They were now fish on the chopping block in the eyes of many. While Li Chia was recalling the past, the young lady reminded him, "Let's go inside." The rest of the group that were talking to the Jian disciples earlier had already entered. The remaining disciples from the lake followed them inside as well. Li Chia and Miss Lin walked up the steps. While standing beneath the entrance, Li Chia looked up to look at the plaque. It was a very simple wooden board with the word Jian written on it. It contained an extraordinary divinity. That happy and outgoing smile with a hint of craftiness always accompanied her laughter. This laughter was too difficult to forget, always ringing in his ears when he looked at the plaque. Your Excellency, the ruler of the universe and adjudicator of the heavens will, how about leaving behind a word to protect my Jian clan's descendants? The wily girl blinked with a pair of wise eyes that seemed like they could speak. She smiled and continued, I won't ask for you to protect them, only that if one day, our descendants blindly maneuver against you, you will think about this character, Jian, and spare their lives. The past seemed like it was just yesterday. Her unforgettable voice and posture still lingered in his heart. He gently sighed while looking at the word on the plaque and thought to himself, little girl, why did you have to try so hard back then? All of that just a scheme for little Hong Tian. If I wanted to obtain my body from the immortal demon grotto, I would have done so long ago. During his melancholic reminiscence, Hong Tianzhu had presented his gift. It was not a stunning present, but it also didn't throw away the lake's reputation. It was right around the middle of the pack. The blood shark scion also presented a treasure box with a blood pearl inside. He was very proud of his present and stated, my ancestors can't personally come to wish Senior Jian a happy birthday, so they allowed me to bring this blood shark divine pearl as a gift instead. Please excuse us for the little gift that doesn't show our full sincerity. Despite saying this, he had a complacent demeanor. After all, this was an exceedingly rare divine pearl. It was not easy to come up with such a treasure. The guests were marveling at this priceless gift. One blood shark divine pearl. However, the old man receiving the presents had a relatively flat reaction and only recorded it on the list. The Jian clan was a wondrous existence with a deep foundation. The old man receiving presents had seen pretty much every kind of treasure. This was only one divine pearl, so of course his reaction was dull. The gloating scion felt a bit lost after seeing the lack of reaction. He felt a bit of remorse as well because this pearl was still considered very precious for their village. But now, this old man from the Jian clan was treating it like an ordinary piece of candy. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. A disciple noticed that Li Chia was standing by the door in a daze and quickly asked, "This is? Who might you be, sir?" His name is Li Chia from Peacock Land. Who knows if he was actually invited to the Jian grandfather's birthday or not? The blood shark scion was annoyed, so he used this opportunity to intentionally lower Li Chia's standing. So you are young noble Li from Peacock Land, I have heard of your great fame. The Jian disciple was not a frog at the bottom of a well, so he immediately cupped his fists to greet Li Chia. Li Chia didn't bother to look at the scion who was trying to debase him and casually handed over the invitation given to him by Jian Shaotai. Young noble Li, please come inside. The disciple quickly led him to the main hall. The scion who wanted to mock Li Chia had to stop after seeing the invitation and could only snort instead. After being taken to the reception area, Li Chia didn't say much and only handed a wooden box to the old man. This box was very ordinary looking, as if it was a random and inconspicuous container for a regular birthday present. Oh. This is your present? The blood shark scion sneered and commented with disdain, I heard your Peacock Land has no disciples other than a hoodlum like you, so I guess it is understandable for such a weak lineage. Don't tell me you plucked a few leaves from the peacock tree and brought them here as a present for the grandfather? Brother Blood Shark, you shouldn't be so demanding. After the calamity, Peacock Land has been stricken with poverty. One must remember that sincerity is more important than gifts. Just a few leaves are more than enough. Shangguan Feilong smiled and added fuel to the fire. These two had grievances towards Li Chia, so they held nothing back in their remarks. Li Chia ignored the two and told the old man in a flat tone, a ginseng root, decent for longevity replenishment. The old man's face changed as he immediately opened the wooden box. A rich and incomparable ginseng fragrance dispersed. As people smelled this scent, their blood energies suddenly erupted. The older cultivators felt like they were dozens of years younger. A ginseng root was placed in this ordinary box. The entire section was as red as blood with a flowing purple glow, making it resemble a piece of jade. It seemed that this particular root had its own life. The old man couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "A violet blood ginseng king. The root of an ancestor ginseng." Despite his great experience, he was still shaken all the same. This was not something comparable to several million years old medicines. This was an immortal medicine. Even just a small section had an unbelievable worth. For many cultivators, this little piece alone could prolong their life for a long time. Numerous older masters dreamed of such an item. An ancestor ginseng. Some of the guests were astounded and quickly circled around to take a look. This is my first time seeing an immortal item like this. A great power's ancestor was shocked and had saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Immortal medicine, amazing. This is something that can only be obtained with great fortune. How many people have actually seen an immortal medicine in their lifetime? Astonishment was the common reaction for these guests. This is an item exclusive to God Kings. No one dared to have any ill thoughts about it since only God Kings could use an item of this level. Hong Tianzhu and the other disciples from the lake were aghast at this inconceivable gift. Chapter 1253, Jian Clan. This ginseng root amazed the spectators. The violet glow on its red body made it look like a priceless treasure to just about anyone. Feilong and the bloodshark Sion were embarrassed by this root. Their expressions became quite ugly. They were laughing at Li Qie earlier, but now, this ginseng root was a ruthless slap to their faces, leaving them with no room for retort. Of course, this was not Li Qie trying to show off. In terms of status, the Jian grandfather was still his junior. Giving this root to prolong his life was only a greeting gift for a junior. Jian Shaotai hurried out at this time. He was talking to his guest inside the mansion, but as soon as he heard from a disciple, he ran outside right away. A ginseng root was still considered a grand gesture to their clan, so he had to personally greet Li Qie. "Brotherly, thank you for the generous gift." He cupped his fists right away and said, "I thank you on behalf of our grandfather." This root was quite crucial to the grandfather since he was already 8,000 years old. It could prolong his life by at least 100 years. Li Qie just nodded and lightly said, "Don't mention it, just a small gift." This nonchalant attitude made some of the guests stare at the bloodshark Sion and Shengguan Feilong. Earlier, the Sion was gloating after presenting a bloodshark divine pearl and mocked Li Qie in the process. But now, Li Qie's ginseng root was countless times more precious than the pearl, yet Li Qie still acted normally. The difference in the two's worth became clear with a glance. "Brotherly, Master Hong, and fellow Taoists, please come inside." Jian Shaotai noticed that Li Qie was together with Hong Tianzhu's group, so he busily invited them in. Hong Tianzhu and the disciples brightened up after being personally invited by Shaotai, the successor of the Jian clan. Even though he rarely showed himself, his status was great. Normally, he would only greet guests from imperial lineages or sea god sections. Thus, they felt respected after receiving this gesture from him. As they were leaving, they walked by the bloodshark Sion. Li Qie only gave him a quick glance and stated, "This divine pearl is just a piece of crap. I would only use them to decorate the pen of livestock, it's not worth a single coin." Li Qie never took it easy on those who opposed him and left no room for conciliation. No one else dared to interfere with this personal grievance between the two. The Sion's face reddened with anger after hearing this. He scowled and left right away. Feilong followed right after him. Staying any longer would only result in further humiliation. Jian Shaotai noticed the atmosphere and tried to change the topic. "Brotherly, this is your first time at our home. If you and everyone else don't mind, how about a tour?" Despite already being familiar with the mansion, Li Qie still gently nodded, a walk doesn't sound bad. The mansion occupied a wide area. Inside it had its own heavenly grotto, so it was more accurate to call it an ancestral ground than a mansion. There were temples and pavilions situated on majestic terrain everywhere. Rivers ran by with hills and other wondrous natural environments. Dongting Lake's disciples had an eye-opening experience while following Jian Shaotai through the mansion. They thought that it was just a series of buildings in the beginning instead of it being its own separate space. Outside of shock, they truly realized that the Jian clan wasn't just powerful in name. Li Qie gently sighed while walking through this familiar land with an indescribable feeling. All along, the Jian clan wanted him to come back. To a certain extent, the clan was started by him. However, after burying Jian Wenxin, he didn't want to come back here again because the same sentence kept echoing in his head whenever he returned. The heavens is too unreachable, there is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world. These were among her last words. Your Excellency, I know your ambition is as high as the heavens and as far-reaching as the limits of the world. After I rest, I hope that you can go even further and faster. This is my end, the best I can hope for. He gently shook his head after recalling her words. In her last moments, he didn't blame her or Empress Hong Tian. The only pity was that Hong Tian had always been a stubborn girl. After so long, she still didn't want to look back. However, it was precisely this unyielding stubbornness that carried her to such heights. Jian Shaotai, acting as a tour guide for everyone, noticed Li Qie's absent-mindedness and asked, "Brotherly, what's wrong?" Li Qie's mind returned as he smiled, "Nothing, I'm just a bit tired. I will go back to rest." "Okay then." Jian Shaotai replied, "I have made the arrangements for your group's living quarters. If you are tired, we can have this tour again tomorrow. That will be when grandfather will come out as well. I'll take you to see him then." Li Qie only chuckled in response. Meanwhile, the disciples from the lake enviously stared at Li Qie. The Jian grandfather was a celestial god king. Not just anyone could meet a character of this level in person. It was a kind of honor. Jian Shaotai led the group back to the guest rooms. However, they met other people on the way. "My queen, that's Li Qie." At this time, Shengguan Feilong and the blood shark Sion led 2 women here. Both of them could be considered kingdom-toppling and put girls like Hong Yujiao and Miss Lin to shame. One of them was brilliantly charming while the other noble and enchanting. Their indescribable beauty could sway the soul. This was especially true for the noble woman in her phoenix dress. She exuded the mature vibe of a woman that was too temptatious. Not only did they eclipse Hong Yujiao in beauty, their auras were powerful and imposing as well. The charming girl had divine halos emanating from her body. Belying her slender figure that gave her a fragile appearance, the halos still engulfed this world with a frightening god-monarch presence. She was the genius of the roaring conch, Shengguan Fian. The other woman's phoenix robe told the tale of her identity. She also had divine circles around her body with a spiritual mirror behind her head. This mirror could illuminate the entire world. It was irresistible and could steal away souls. This was the profound god monarch's favorite concubine, Gongsun Meiyu. She wasn't a beautiful yet useless decorative vase since she was already famous as a genius before marrying the monarch in the Abyss Sea. Her talents were superb since she cultivated the unique characteristics of the charming spirit to the highest level. Her bewitching eyes showed that she had mastered her seductive techniques. Rumor has it that her divine eyes could take control of others. Hong Tianzhu was alarmed after seeing the 2 women because he had heard of the feud between them and Li Qie. He knew that Li Qie had killed Gongsun Meiyu's favorite maid, Gongsun Qianer. Jian Shaotai frowned at this development as well. He was not one who was afraid of trouble, however Shengguan Feilong and the Sion were stirring the pot, and this displeased him. "You are the one who killed my maid?" Gongsun Meiyu's eyes fell upon Li Qie. Her phoenix eyes turned cold and stately. Li Qie was as calm as ever and only took a quick glimpse at Meiyu before replying in a flat tone, "Who?" "Gongsun Qianer." Meiyu coldly said, the woman you killed at the bottomless trench? Oh, yes, something like that indeed happened. Wuxia smiled. Unfortunately, she shouldn't have made a move against me. I have never shown mercy to my enemies. A life for a life. Meiyu's cold glare emitted a murderous intent. I shall take your head and sacrifice it to her soul in the heavens. Feilong and the Scion became quite excited to see Meiyu wishing to deal with Wuxia. The two of them felt a sense of schadenfreude while waiting for her to kill him. Wuxia revealed a wide smile and raised his brows a little while looking at her. He then glanced at Fian and the other two before leisurely answering, by yourself or everyone together? I think it is better if all of you come together so that I won't have to waste too much time cleaning you up one by one. Chapter 1254. Quarrels. Fian's expression turned sour while the others hated Wuxia even more. Meanwhile, Jian Shaotai smiled wryly. Provoking Meiyu alone was problematic enough, but now he had offended Fian as well. As for Hong Tianju's group, they could only be described as speechless. Meiyu was backed by the Profound Dynasty while Fian came from the Roaring Conch. Both of these entities were untouchable. But now, Wuxia was antagonizing both of them. This was simply too crazy. It was as if he didn't care about his enemies. Quite bold. Fian's pretty eyes turned cold. The halos around her body became even brighter as she stared at him. I heard you are a tree controller. I want to see just how much you have learned from the peacock tree to allow you to act so bold and provoke me. Only a god monarch, no big deal. Wuxia lazily answered, I don't want to stain the Jian clan with blood today. Be smart and scram or I'll chop you to pieces. These words were too direct and domineering. Jian Shaotai felt his scalp tingling. This was adding oil to the fire. How confident, let me see it then. Before Meiyu could erupt in anger, her eyes glared at him. In an instant, a murderous energy surged forth. Her halo suppressed the entire area, leaving others breathless. Ladies, ladies. Jian Shaotai quickly got between the two sides and blocked them from each other. He cupped his fists to both Wuxia and the two girls while smiling. Brotherly, Miss Gongsun and Miss Shangguan, how about everyone just calm down today? Take one step back and everything will be better. Today is a joyous occasion, so please, spare us some face. Just smile and drop it. As an outsider, he didn't want to bother with their feud. However, this was before the grandfather's celebration and bloodshed was a very unlucky omen. Sister Shangguan, spare his dog life for now. Let him hold on to his head for a while longer. Wait until after the birthday celebration, it won't be too late then. Meiyu could endure this anger despite wanting revenge for her maid. After all, fighting and killing at the birthday celebrations of the Jian grandfather would be too disrespectful to the Jian clan. Even though she was the monarch's favorite, she still had a sense of propriety. You got lucky. In the end, Fian still showed some consideration towards Jian Shaotai. She peered back at Wuxia and said, if it wasn't for young noble Jian pleading for you, this date next year would have been your funeral. More like all of you are quite lucky. I do not wish to kill today, otherwise, Wuxia smiled gently, but his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Brotherly, this way please. Jian Shaotai was afraid that these three would quarrel and fight again, so he quickly led the way for Wuxia. Wuxia didn't make it difficult for Jian Shaotai. He just came back to the Jian clan and didn't want to kill. Otherwise, these girls wouldn't have the chance to act like this in front of him. His usual disposition would have made him kill anyone who revealed a murderous intent against him. The people from the lake heaved a sigh of relief. The confrontation between Wuxia and the two women left them out of breath. A real fight would have been a very serious event. Master Hong, I heard you have some reservations about the marriage between our clans? As Hong Tianju chased after Wuxia, Fian called for him with a distant tone before he could make it very far. Hong Tianju didn't want any of this, but he still had to stop and cup his fists. Miss Shangguan, it is not that I have a negative opinion of this marriage, it is just that this pertains to the most important event in the lives of the two children. We need careful deliberation before making a choice. The elders from your lake have already agreed, my little brother is very happy as well, and my country is willing. Master Hong, what else is there to talk about? Fian became quite imposing. With that, she stared at Hong Yujiao and stated, is it because your daughter is unwilling? Does she think that my wyvern country is not a match for your Hong clan? Well, I'm sure she doesn't think that, Hong Tianzhu coughed awkwardly. He didn't want this marriage either since it was inviting wolves into their home. However, the ancestors had all agreed, so it was difficult for him to refuse. Little sister Hong, do you not want such a wonderful thing? Gong Sun Meiyu chimed in at this time, young noble Shangguan is a dragon among men. Wyvern is also a great power in the dragon demon sea, and the two of you are quite a match. Your Hong bloodline can be considered a match for him, it will pass down excellent offspring for Wyvern. Hong Yujiao was already quite annoyed with Fian's aggressive tone, but she became even angrier because of Gong Sun Meiyu's interjection. The woman made it sound like this marriage was her trying to climb up the social ladder. In fact, after seeing Fian's presumptuous attitude, Hong Yujiao hated the idea of this marriage even more. Her temper was not that mild, so she coldly responded to Fian, Miss Shangguan, I will be in charge of my marriage. Fian continued to glare as she replied, one's marriage should be arranged by their elders. If the ancestors from the Hong clan have decided, you just need to follow their arrangements. Li Chia turned back and interrupted Fian, if she doesn't want this engagement, then scram already. Don't use that shitty attitude to try and bully them. My Hong clan is not something your wyvern country can reach up to. Her previously subsided anger immediately rose again. Fai Long, on the other hand, couldn't help but step forward and shouted as well, Li, you're not part of the Hong clan, so this has nothing to do with you. The business of the Hong is not for you to interfere with. Fian coldly glared at him and said, ignorant junior, I didn't want to spill blood in this place, but you deserve a slapping with that comment. Li Chia leisurely smiled in response, you are right. I didn't want to kill or spill blood here, but a slapping isn't a bad idea. Brotherly, Jian Shaotai quickly stopped him and nearly grabbed him in order to stop him from rushing forward to teach Fian a lesson. Brotherly, please give this little brother some face. Out of consideration for me, just calm down today and don't worry about any enmity. Everyone can deal with these grudges in several days, right? Jian Xiaotia's bitter expression showed that he was on the verge of begging. Li Chia glanced at him before flatly speaking, tell them to stay the hell out of my sight. After today, there will be no more mercy. With that, he turned and left. Jian Shaotai was relieved. In fact, he didn't know that Li Chia was being quite considerate of him already. If it was any other time, he would have immediately began killing without a care after being provoked this much. This was his first day of returning after a very long time. He didn't wish to spill blood in the Jian clan right away. Hong Tianzhu sighed as well and quickly followed Li Chia with his disciples. Master Hong. Fian stated coldly after seeing that Tianzhu wanted to leave, you should reconsider. Don't let an outsider interfere with such an important matter. It won't be good for Dongting Lake. This remark was not only aggressive but also threatening. Hong Tianzhu naturally understood the implications and stiffened after hearing the words. Nevertheless, he didn't respond and followed Li Chia. He felt very helpless in this matter. He had personally returned to the lake a couple of days ago in order to convince the ancestors, but was unsuccessful. Even though he didn't want to depend on others for this marriage, he felt an urge to trust Li Chia this time. If no one could stop Fian, then this marriage would be a foregone conclusion. Hong Yujiao didn't want to marry Fai Long, but Tianzhu himself didn't have the ability to change his daughter's fate. Thus, he decided to gamble and latch on to this saving grace, Li Chia. Yujiao was quiet the entire way. She was in a daze and didn't know what to do. She was certain that she didn't want to marry Fai Long. However, if the ancestors wouldn't change their minds, then there was nothing else she could do. Brotherly, there's no need to confront them so directly. Sometimes, the circuitous path is the right one. As a human, Jian Shaotai kindly reminded Li Qia, in the Dragon Demon Sea, humans are at a disadvantage. This is the world of sea demons. If you take the roaring conch head-on, I'm afraid you will lose sooner or later. Li Qia only smiled and answered nonchalantly, Shaotai, I simply didn't want to kill today over this kind of shit, but after tomorrow, I will kill anyone who continues to be blind, even if it is inside the Jian mansion. Jian Shaotai was without words after hearing this. He warned Li Qia with good intentions, but Li Qia simply didn't take it to heart. Chapter 1255. Miss Lin. Jian Shaotai prepared the rooms for Li Qia's group. After taking care of everything, he finally bid goodbye. The guy was very enthusiastic and thoughtful. This was not only because of Li Qia's valuable gift, but also because everyone was human, so he was even more attentive towards Li Qia's group. Hong Tianzhu and the other disciples rode on Li Qia's coattails and enjoyed this superb treatment. This was a reception that was normally meant for imperial and sea god lineages. If Hong Tianzhu's group came alone, they wouldn't have been subjected to this great hospitality. Among the disciples, some were happy while others worried. The majority were mostly excited by just being able to enter the Jian mansion. It would be even better if they could meet the clan's disciples. After all, everyone was part of the human race, so there was an easy connection there. In this regard, the current generation of Dongting Lake was still relatively unstained from ambition and the lust for power, unlike the previous. Hong Tianzhu, Hong Yujiao, and Miss Lin all had a sleepless night. The girls were worried about their marriages. Hong Yujiao simply didn't want to marry Feilong at all. This was doubly true for Miss Lin. She didn't know the blood shark scion at all. Moreover, his reputation was quite bad. After the marriage, she would just become an incubator, used for her holy bloodline. However, these two could only despair at their fate, unable to change it. At this time, they couldn't help but think about Li Qia. He was only a stranger whom they knew nothing about except that he came from Peacock Land. Nevertheless, he still gave them a favorable impression, especially when he supported them in preventing their marriages, further fueling their hope. They inadvertently prayed that this stranger could change their fate. Needless to say about Hong Tianzhu, his night was even longer. He didn't only think about his daughter's marriage, but also the fate of his disciples. More importantly, the future of the lake itself. Even though he was the master of the lake, his own power was limited. The ancestors from the clans did as they pleased, so he couldn't coordinate the lake as a whole. It was simply impossible to make the lake stronger under such circumstances. On top of it all, he was worried about his own future. These ancestors didn't mind cooperating with outside races and even betrothing their most excellent bloodline to them. This was simply inviting wolves into their home. The most at peace among them must have been Zhang Baitu. He was very content at this moment and didn't desire much more. He simply wanted to continue to persevere on the path towards the Tao. Because of this, he had the best sleep out of the group. They woke up early the next day. Hong Tianzhu went to see the other guests here at the mansion and left the juniors behind. Hong Yujiao's group didn't know anyone here, so they went to find Li Qia to see what he had in mind. However, he was nowhere to be found when they arrived at his little courtyard. Hong Yujiao asked, Brother Zhang, where is young noble Li? Zhang Baitu shook his head in response, I don't know either. He left very early in the morning and didn't tell me where he was off to. The group was disappointed at his absence. The disciples looked at each other a bit before Hong Yujiao made a decision, we'll go out for a walk. It'll be good to get acquainted with the Jian disciples. The rest nodded in agreement. This was still a good opportunity for them to get closer to the Jian disciples. It was a good thing for the lake as well. Brother Zhang, come with us. Hong Yujiao didn't leave him out despite him not being close to the rest of the disciples. They left the small courtyard in order to take a walk around the Jian mansion. However, they didn't get far before meeting Shangguan Feilong and the Bloodshark Scion. Feilong asked, Little sister, are you all going for a walk too? The scion's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf after seeing Miss Lin. He smiled and said, "Brother Shuangguan and I are familiar with the Jian clan, we should go together." Hong Yujiao didn't want to go together with them, but she couldn't refuse so directly. Luckily, Jian Xiaotai came at the right time and the atmosphere settled down. "Everyone is up so early, where is Brother Li?" Jian Xiaotai wanted to bring Li Qiya's group to more places around the Jian clan. He had a strange affection for Li Qiya. Moreover, Li Qiya represented Peacock Land, which meant that he would also stand for the human race in the future, so Jian Xiaotai was happy to befriend him. "We don't know." Hong Yujiao's group shook their heads as she replied, "Young noble Li has left much earlier. We don't know where he went." Jian Xiaotai said with a little disappointment, "Oh. The venerable ancestor came out today from his cultivation, so I wanted to introduce Brother Li to him. My big sis and Queen Gongsun have gone to meet his venerableness as well." Feilong immediately added. He spoke with an elated expression. After all, few could see the Jian grandfather, but his big sis was eligible to visit him. Jian Xiaotai looked at Hong Yujiao's group and suggested with a smile, "If everyone wants to take a walk, I'll show you the way while we wait for Brother Li to come back before making other plans." Hong Yujiao was quite relieved to hear this. They were worried since they weren't familiar with the mansion. Jian Xiaotai personally led the way and acted as a good host. Feilong and the scion also shamelessly followed them with the intention of getting closer to Hong Yujiao and Miss Lin. It wasn't only the two girls that disliked the duo, the other disciples from the lake felt the same way. However, they weren't the host, so they couldn't do anything but let these two follow them. Despite being the successor of the clan, Jian Xiaotai didn't put on airs. He led the way while telling many interesting anecdotes from the clan, resulting in a lot of laughter. At the same time, Feilong and the scion used this opportunity to get closer to the two girls. However, Hong Yujiao was polite yet distant towards Feilong, while Miss Lin was trying to stay as far away as possible to the scion. This annoyed the scion to no end. A sharp glint even flashed in his eyes. In his snobby mind, marrying him was Miss Lin's blessing, but she was clearly hiding from him. He intended to teach her a lesson later on so that she would come to learn her own status. Outside of certain forbidden locations, Xiaotai took the group to many different places. He was especially attentive towards the disciples from the lake. They eventually passed by an ancient-styled courtyard. It had high walls so no one could see what was inside. "Young noble Jian, what is this place?" Zhang Baitu became curious at this fortress-like courtyard with its high walls. Jian Xiaotai stopped and explained, "This is an old building in our clan that is normally closed and locked. I can't enter either." He knew very little about this old courtyard, only that it dated back to the era of their progenitor. As for its purpose, he and the other disciples simply did not know. Normally, this courtyard wouldn't be open to outsiders. He, as the successor, had only entered a few times. Alas, he failed to see through the mysteries inside and assumed that it was only a regular building. "Young noble Jian, the door is open." A lake disciple walking ahead cried out and curiously looked inside. Jian Xiaotai was surprised to hear this and quickened his pace. Sure enough, the normally shut wooden door was actually open. Who opened it? Jian Xiaotai was caught off guard and immediately went inside. The disciples from the lake were curious and followed him. This courtyard was not large. There was a lot of green bamboo here with their shadows swaying around. When the wind blew by, the leaves would flutter. This was a very elegant place, great for contemplation. In the center of the courtyard was a stone table with chairs surrounding it, and on the table was a chessboard. A statue was situated on one side while a person sat opposite to it. "Brother Li, why are you here?" Jian Xiaotai was surprised to see the person seated in the chair. It was Li Qiya. He sat there quietly as if he didn't hear the question. The rest of the group saw him and didn't think that he would be here after leaving so early in the morning. Chapter 1256, torn body and crushed bones. Li Qie seemed to be in a trance as he didn't answer anyone. This chess match was very messy. No one could see what kind of chess game this was because the pieces were placed outrageously, as if a little child had randomly put them there. The statue sitting on the other side seemed to be a woman, judging by its appearance. However, the style in which it was carved was very vague, so people couldn't discern her features. However, upon a closer inspection of its contours, it was clear that it wasn't the creator who chose to sculpt in this vague manner. It was because the woman didn't want the world to see her true appearance. It was hidden like Mount Lushan amidst the clouds. Li Qie remained there motionlessly, as if he had turned into stone as well. "Brother Li, how did you get in?" Jian Shaotai took a look around and found that no one else was here. He became quite puzzled because if the people in the clan didn't open it, outsiders shouldn't have been able to enter. Nevertheless, Li Qie continued to sit there, frozen. Who knows if he was enchanted by the chess match or something else. All in all, he seemed to be shut off from the rest of the world. No one expected Li Qie to be playing chess against a statue after leaving so early in the morning. They took a look at the messy board and didn't understand what was going on. Miss Lin, who had a very favorable impression of him, bent down and whispered with a gentle demeanor, "Young noble, are you okay?" There was still no reply from the seemingly petrified Li Qie. The scion became jealous after seeing her gentle demeanor towards Li Qie. His eyes turned cold as he sneered, "Humph, it's only a statue and a dumb game, what's the point of acting all mysterious? Does he really think he's all that, using this board to comprehend the grand Tao of the 9 heavens? Humph, he's just dressing up as God and playing the devil to act cool." Miss Lin, who already hated him, became even more unhappy. She frowned in response. "Young noble Li is deep in focus right now. Who says he is pretending?" "Huh, deep in focus?" The scion became even more jealous after hearing Miss Lin speak out for Li Qie. He smirked and said with disdain, "That's only a broken statue. Does he need to contemplate so hard against a statue? Only a fool would need to do so. Perhaps this statue was picked up from a rubbish heap, a work without any craftsmanship or art, a piece of garbage that only a fool would take seriously." Jian Xiaoya's expression soured after hearing this, but he was a cultured person and didn't show his hostility in public. Unfortunately, the scion was blinded by his own jealousy and didn't think too much or notice the look on Jian Xiaoya's face. Feilong also shook his head and laughed, "Scion, you shouldn't laugh at the guy. People can be a little bit eccentric. Staring at a statue in a daze, this is nothing, only a type of mental disorder. I heard some miracle doctors can cure this illness in the Dragon Demon Sea." Li Qie ruined his business with Hong Yujiao time and time again, so Feilong wanted to kill him. Because of this, he naturally seized this opportunity to ridicule him. Mental disorder? The scion sneered, "This is far worse than a mental disorder. It is an abnormal and perverted taste. Only an extremely wretched scoundrel would have fantasies towards such an ugly statue, only a monster would be interested in this stone abomination." The scion had lost his rational restraints and didn't realize that his words were offending other people. Jian Xiaoya's expression was becoming worse and worse. Prior to this, he was indifferent towards Feilong's taunting of Li Qie. After all, that was their personal feud. But now, the scion not only insulted Li Qie, but also the statue. This was a great symbol in their clan, so how could Jian Shaotai not become mad? At this time, Li Qie suddenly stood up and went outside. "Oh. Did I touch a nerve? Are you too ashamed now and want to run away?" The scion guffawed and felt the joy of victory after seeing Li Qie leaving without a word. Feilong echoed cheerfully as well, "Looks like he is at least aware of his lowliness. Scion, you exposing his fetish left him no face to stay here any longer. Roll out here and accept your death lest your lowly blood stain the serenity of this place." Li Qie coldly uttered from outside of the ancient courtyard. The initially angry scion became even more furious. He snorted in response, "Li, you think I'm afraid of you? The person who is about to die has yet to be determined." With that, he rushed outside as well. That's right, don't think you can run rampant just because you are a tree father's disciple. Feilong snorted and darted outside. Li Qiye was emotionless. This time around, the host, Jian Xiaotai, didn't bother interfering. He stood there with both arms crossed in front of his chest and indifferently watched events unfold. He was angry this time. It was already quite polite of him to not attack the scion for insulting his ancestor, let alone stopping the fight. Li Qiye gave him a chilling glare before leisurely asking, "How do the two of you want to die?" So confident. Feilong sneered and coldly responded, "Li Qiye, do you really think we are fish on the chopping block? The only reason I have yet to kill you is because Queen Gongsun has already claimed your dog life. But if you provoke me, I'll still kill you all the same. Less blabbering, come together, I will give you two the first strike." Li Qiye was unusually cold. Those who knew him would find this whole scene very surprising and become frightened. They knew that when he had such a cold appearance, his bloodthirst would be roused. At such a juncture, he would start killing without mercy no matter who the opponent might be. In fact, Li Qiye viewed these two as ants, so he could turn a deaf ear to their jeering. Unfortunately, they were fatally naive and insulted the statue. After uttering those words, their fates were sealed. No one would be able to save them from certain demise. How arrogant. The scion crazily laughed before stating, "Li, who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think that having a tree father for a master is that great? My ancestor was an invincible sea god. Your background is nothing in comparison." The blood shark sovereign from their village had been recognized by the trident, but it eventually abandoned him, so he failed to become a full-fledged sea god. Nevertheless, the village still took pride in him being accepted by the trident and claimed that their ancestor was a sea god. Li Qiye coldly declared without batting an eye, "Go, I shall kill the both of you with one move." Feilong angrily replied, "Very well, Li Qiye. The scion and I will test your skill." The scion took out a crimson blade with a bloody mist billowing around it. He licked his lips while his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint before speaking, "Little animal, my blade has not tasted blood in a long time, I'll let it have its fill today." Miss Lin turned pale from shock and kindly reminded Li Qiye, "Young noble, be careful of his blade." Her demeanor only further ignited the scion's fury. He furiously screamed, "Little animal, die." With that, his body turned into a bloody ray as he came slashing towards Li Qiye. A bang was followed by a snap, and then the harsh sound of bones cracking. Everyone saw Li Qiye fling the scion straight to the ground with one hand. The ground cracked along with the scion's flesh. Li Qiye then grabbed him by the leg and continued to smash him mercilessly, causing his blood to splash everywhere. Li Qiye was too fast and no one could even see how the scion fell into his hands. They only saw the smashing, fleshy bits began to fly alongside the blood. At this time, these broken bits of meat were still bouncing on the ground, drenched in warm blood. Chapter 1257, Cemetery. This scene of carnage was simply too shocking. Hong Yujiao and the disciples from the lake all felt the urge to puke. They had heard of the phrase, torn body and crushed bones. However, they had never actually witnessed bones breaking into powder until today. This was truly the embodiment of torn body and crushed bones. They quivered after seeing this bloody display. Only Jian Xiaotai stood there coolly. This was within his expectations. Li Qiye lifted his head and coldly stared at Shengguan Feilong without taking action just yet. Feilong's legs were trembling. He wasn't that much stronger than the scion. No, the scion was actually stronger than him, and yet he was annihilated in just one move. This result left him pissing his pants in horror. You, don't come over here. Don't come over here." After seeing Li Qiye inching closer, he stumbled several steps back with a pale countenance. He was truly scared out of his mind this time. However, Li Qiye continued to take one step after another while glaring at him. "You, don't do anything foolish." Feilong kept on stumbling backward while shouting, I am the crown prince of Wyvern, my sister is the mistress of the roaring conch while my brother-in-law is the sea shield prince. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, my sister will not spare you. My wyvern will root out your 9 clans. Li Chia continued his stride without replying. Young noble Jian, hurry and save me. After noticing that Li Chia had no intention of stopping, Filong had to shout at Jian Shaotai to try to grab onto him as a life-saving straw. Jian Shaotai wanted to say something, but after seeing Li Chia's cold expression and determined steps, he knew that it would be a futile endeavor. Brother Shangguan, this is your personal feud, I'm afraid it is not my place to intervene. Jian Shaotai realized that those who try to stop Li Chia would only be seeking their own destruction. He didn't want to be someone else's cannon fodder. Stop, stop. Filong screamed louder as Li Chia approached. I won't marry Hong Yujiao then. You can have her, okay? In the face of death, Filong desperately said everything he could. He would do anything just to survive. Hong Yujiao immediately looked at him with disdain after hearing this. The disciples of the lake gave him the same glance. Li Chia stopped and coldly told Filong, I will give you a chance to attack. Filong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, If you stand still, I'll do it. Very well, I will give you a chance and stand still. Li Chia flatly replied while looking at the weak-legged Filong. Filong went on, You must keep your word and not move at all or else I'll be the winner. Li Chia indifferently said, quickly, I won't move. However, Li Chia couldn't even finish his sentence before Filong began to desperately run away with all of his strength. At this moment, he wished his mother had given him 2 more legs to allow him to flee even faster. Li Chia couldn't help but shake his head disapprovingly after seeing the frantic escape. His eyes turned cold with a flash that shot out as fast as a divine arrow. No, right when the next enclosure was within his sight, Filong suddenly felt a jolt of pain and had to scream. Next, his corpse fell to the ground with a loud thump. Li Chia nonchalantly murmured after killing Filong with his glare, daring to cultivate with such a Tao heart. Even the lake's disciples looked down on him at this moment. Even though the bloodshark scion was loathful, at least he was still a fierce character. Filong gave up his own marriage and showed that he would hand over his fiancée to someone else just to survive. After disposing of the 2, Li Chia acted as if nothing had happened. He ordered Shaotai before entering the old courtyard again, Shaotai, I'll leave them to you. Squeak. After his entry, the wooden doors to the courtyard suddenly shut tight. Shaotai wanted to speak, but Li Chia had already locked himself inside. In the end, he could only sigh. A disciple from the lake said with admiration, Young noble Li is so powerful. Another one added, He is the disciple of an ancestral tree, how could he not be powerful? Hong Yujiao watched as his shadow disappeared into the courtyard and lamented with a sigh as well. This person was a dragon shrouded in clouds and mists, no one could truly see through him. Miss Lin was temporarily frozen while recalling Li Chia's invincible demeanor and style when he stood up for her. A long time passed before she calmed down as her face inadvertently blushed. After going inside, Li Chia sat down before the chessboard again to look at the statue in a daze. After a while, he lamented, The burden I feel whenever I come here has kept me from coming back for all this time, but I have to leave in this generation, so let me see you one more time. With that, he raised a chess piece and placed it down on the board again. The whole scheme of the board suddenly changed. The movement of one piece could stabilize the universe. Buzz. The atmosphere of the board resembled an ocean of stars. It was vast and endless as it slowly swirled like a vortex. Li Chia stepped inside this starry vortex and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he regained his sight, he found himself in a place with beautiful mountains and rivers. In this place was the warm sunlight accompanied by a pleasant spring breeze. The sunlight was very gentle like the sweet embrace of a woman. There was a small hillside. The entire hill was spread like a palm to hug someone. It was covered with grassy plains, and one would smell a comfortable fragrance if they were to rest here. 2 rows of treasure bamboos were planted to the left and right sides of this hill. These extremely precious trees exuded purple glows, each one was priceless. At the same time, there was an old well on one side that emitted an ethereal mist. A purple hue could be found within, and the plumes of this mist continued to emanate throughout the entire hill. This well that was engulfed in a purple mist resembled an immortal land, while its wondrous brilliance made it seem as if there was an incredible item buried at the bottom. Upon a careful inspection, one would find a tablet within the mist-filled land. It had the appearance of an antique, indicating that it was made from the legendary celestial violet stone. It was truly extravagant to carve a tombstone out of this celestial stone. Few people in this world were able to enjoy such treatment. Not even a god-king was eligible for this grand gesture. In memory of Jian Wenxin, this was written on the tablet. Just these 5 words alone could last for an eternity. The withering of time failed to erode it. Li Qie was petrified while standing before the tablet. He eventually lied down on the grass in front of it. He slowly closed his eyes as if he wanted to sleep here. Everything became incredibly quiet and peaceful, a state of gentle repose. After a long time, he opened his eyes to look at the well as he spoke with a faint smile. You know, when I took the dragon well in order to bring a spirit vein to this place, the geezer from the giant dragon mountain was very unhappy. After so many years, that old man is still so stingy. His greedy nature probably won't ever change. The world remained silent. No one could talk or respond in this serenity. So much time has passed that I have let go of what should be let go of. I have made peace with the past. Li Qie looked at the blue sky and chuckled, but that girl, Hong Tian, will not let it go. She won't admit her mistake back then and refuses to stand down. Alas, being right or wrong doesn't matter to me since I have lived for so long. Both of you did what you did for my sake. The world remained still, no response could be found. Among the winding distant years, not too many people have understood me and know of my desire. Li Qie heaved a sentimental sigh and continued, It is a pity that you wanted an ordinary life. Perhaps your endless wisdom allowed you to see through the prosperity of this world. In your eyes, a mundane life was the most precious thing. After experiencing the pains in life, you wanted to pursue an ordinary happiness and hoped to have a warm home. Alas, I am destined to go on a long journey and you couldn't hold me back. Of course, I didn't force you to follow me into endless wars, an endless cycle of murder. Li Qie sighed softly. Chapter 1258, Past Feelings. One grave and one person in a hushed world. The wind was gently blowing like a gentle hand caressing every inch of the flesh. A warm sensation accompanied its coolness, inducing a drowsy desire. Li Qie lied there and whispered intimately. No one knows if he was simply expressing himself or letting go of all burdens. The reason I didn't want to go back was not because I couldn't forget the past. That's all it is, the past. Li Qie said with a trace of helplessness. Whenever I come to Rainbow City, I can't help but recall your unforgettable words. A prolonged silence ensued as Li Qie became quite sentimental. He eventually lifted his head to look at the tombstone. I came back in order to say goodbye. My journey this time will be full of the unknown. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I'm not afraid of the god fiends, emperors, or deities, not even the geezers from the Qian clan. Sooner or later, I will trample on them all. I will massacre all those who try to stop me and even annihilate their clans completely. Li Qie claimed while looking at the horizon. However, his mood soured once more. The only uncertainty is the great war at the end of the world. No one knows what will come of this world. Perhaps my era will be everlasting, or it will be utterly destroyed. But someone needs to take this final step. I won't stop no matter what the final outcome might be. No, I can't be stopped and I won't make compromises either. You told me that the heavens is too unreachable and that there is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world. He mournfully said, but I will not be an ant. I can't handle being an ant. Whether it be the immortal demon grotto or the end of the world, I will continue even if the path is endless. Just like back then when you asked me if I wanted to stay. My answer will always be never. His eyes became determined. In years past, some have broken my bones, some have exposed me to all kinds of suffering, some completely sealed my world and some mocked and reviled me. Then there were the many who loved me, whom I loved, and those who were loyal to me. They slowly disappeared in the river of time. But whether it's my enemies, friends, or even lovers, none of them can stop me from reaching the end. I will either become eternal or mere ashes. These are the only two possible outcomes for me. When you asked why I didn't indulge myself and became a happy and satisfied mortal, this is my answer. I refuse to compromise with anyone. He became silent after stating this. This might be our final farewell. As for Hong Tian, it will be up to her. I don't blame her, but if she blames me, I can't do anything about it. Farewell, Wenxin, the one who understood me and my ambition the most. Eventually, he gave the tombstone a deep look before leaving without turning back. Jian Wenxin was an indelible name that would forever stay in his heart. In that distant yet brilliant era, Empress Hong Tian had yet to ascend to her throne. There existed many apex geniuses and incredible characters. 3 particular girls reigned supreme for the whole of this era. Many men were completely overshadowed by them. There was a widespread phrase during that period to describe the 3 ladies: Hong Tian, the ill-starred conqueror; Jian Wenxin, the ocean's wisdom; Mu Yueli, the immortal's legacy. Jian Wenxin had augured the mysteries of the heaven and earth and spied into its secrets in order to concoct the plan. Because of this, she wasted too much energy and arrived at her deathbed. Even with this turn of events, she wanted to have a peaceful end with the dark crow next to her. After her departure from this world, Li Qie buried her in this incredibly beautiful place. He then left to a faraway place and began his slumber. From then on, he never stepped foot into the Jian clan again. It was not because he blamed her for that particular event, but because he always remembered that one phrase from her. It was because she knew him and his thoughts the best that it was difficult for him to forget those words. He finally returned in this generation and visited her grave because it might be their final farewell. He sighed after leaving the cemetery. However, he also felt relieved for finally returning after so long. At last, he was able to say goodbye one last time. Jian Xiaotai, who was standing guard outside of the old courtyard, immediately stood up after seeing Li Qie coming out. He didn't dare to believe his eyes and had no words to describe his feelings. This was because he had heard of a legend in their clan. He didn't know whether it was real or not, but he felt that he was seeing a ghost instead of Li Qie. Li Qie looked at him and asked, "Is something wrong?" Jian Xiaotai was startled and quickly regained his mind to say, "Brother Li, there is a problem. Miss Hong and Daoist Zhang have been captured by Shangguan Fian. Didn't I tell you to take good care of them?" Li Qie frowned in response. Jian Xiaotai wryly smiled and explained, "Brother Li, Fian was crazy as she searched for you. Since she couldn't find you, she captured Miss Hong and Daoist Zhang instead. I could only do my best and stopped her from hurting them in the slightest. She said that as long as you go meet her, she will let them go." Jian Xiaotai was a bit ashamed as he continued on, "I have consulted the ancestors about this. If Fian doesn't release them, they will force her to do so." Chapter 1259, Gathering of Heroes. So it turned out that after Li Qie killed Shangguan Feilong, his sister became furious and wanted to kill Li Qie as an offering for her brother. After she came running, Li Qie could no longer be found, so she directed her anger towards the disciples from the lake instead. Luckily, Jian Xiaotai was there to stop her. Nevertheless, she didn't concede and took away Baitu and Yujiao while declaring that Li Qie had to come and accept his death. Otherwise, she would kill these two instead. After hearing this, Li Qie's eyes turned cold as he flatly said, "When it is time for blood to flow, there is no stopping it. If those girls wish to die, I'll gladly help them." With that, he turned and left. Though those words were casually spoken, the cold flash in his eyes left Jian Shaotai quivering. He felt that he was looking at a death god that was about to kill. A garden in the Jian clan was being used to entertain the respected guests. At this time, there were many people here, including some of the most exceptional talents of the younger generation. There were a few experts from the previous generations as well. Some of them were even virtuous paragons. Shangguan Fian and Gongsun Meiyu definitely stood out in this place. They were moons surrounded by stars. Shangguan Fian was only second to the Sea Shield Prince among the geniuses at the Roaring Conch. Gongsun Meiyu was extremely famous as well, and her fame only rose after marrying the profound monarch. At this feast, the elegant and enchanting Meiyu had an irresistible style. Each of her smiles and grimaces was able to sway souls. Nevertheless, no one dared to have any devious thoughts. It was suicidal to compete for the profound monarch's woman. As for Fian, she stood here in an arrogant and chilling manner. Naturally, her mood was quite foul after her brother was killed. This was an occasion meant for the youths. They happily came together to talk about all kinds of events in the world. "My queen, I heard the monarch has come out of his isolated cultivation. When will we be graced with his presence?" Someone couldn't help but bring up the monarch. Many youths and even characters from the previous generation became excited after hearing this name. They all directed their attention towards Meiyu. The profound monarch's fame was not empty. His title was slightly approved of by the older god monarchs as well. It would be a mistake if someone were to think that he was old. In fact, he was not that much older than Gongsun Meiyu. His talents and constitution could easily be imagined due to his early accomplishments. He came from the profound Sea dynasty, one of the 4 branches of immortal Emperor Gu Chun. This was the first emperor in this world, and his 4 branches were formed during the Desolate Era. From this, one could see how old and strong these branches were among the charming spirits. They had produced 3 immortal emperors and 1 grand completion immortal physique. This allowed them to have an unshakable status in heaven's spirit. The monarch had been extremely gifted since his youth. After becoming a monarch, he came into control of the profound dynasty. After hearing the question, the charming to the bones Meiyu chuckled. This slight smile made others tremble uncontrollably. She answered, "The monarch has returned to the origin. He is opening up his territory to create a kingdom in order to receive the tributes of his people." Everyone here quivered after hearing this. The youths were full of envy and admiration. To become a true monarch at such a young age was incredibly awe-inspiring. There were 5 levels to god monarchs. In the mind of the older generation, only those at the true monarch level and above were considered god monarchs. For example, Fian was an intermediate monarch. However, in the eyes of the strong, she was not much at all. She was still a bit lacking before she deserved the title of god monarch. Furthermore, there was a great gap between an intermediate monarch and a true monarch. After reaching the true level, this monarch would have their own citizens and be able to receive tributes from them that would strengthen their blood energy. Thus, these monarchs had an innate advantage that intermediate monarchs couldn't make up for. Right now, the profound monarch had opened up his kingdom to receive power from this new source. What a pity. An older paragon gently sighed. If the monarch chose the path of the heavens, he could probably have become an immortal emperor to become a ruler alongside the Sea Shield Prince. Many people gently nodded in agreement. Only Meiyu smiled and proudly declared, "Even if the monarch can't become an immortal emperor, he will definitely become something quite close to one." No one would refute this claim because they believed the profound monarch was worthy of this high evaluation. That's right, the charming spirits have the profound monarch and the sea demons have the Sea Shield Prince. Who else can compare to them in the contemporary? A cultivator wanted to please Meiyu with flattery. An old paragon nodded and praised, "Yes. The Sea Shield Prince has pretty much received the recognition of the trident. After doing so, he will be able to reach the peak and become a sea god. From then on, he won't need to fear even an immortal emperor any longer." Many people grew excited when they heard this, especially the sea demons. Their blood began to surge after the trident was brought up. This was an inevitable reaction for those of their race. It was the ultimate artifact of their race and completely invincible in this world. It was even better than an immortal emperor true treasure, so it became the sea demon's pride. In their eyes, even if they couldn't shoulder the heaven's will, they could still fight an immortal emperor as long as the wielder could handle the trident. A demon sect master commented emotionally, "Ever since the Lithodides sea god, the trident has not appeared. Its appearance this time will herald a new supreme." The Roaring Conch was one of the strongest sea demon lineages in this region. They had produced 2 sea gods in the past. However, there was another behemoth around, the 7 Martial Pavilion. It was even stronger since it had given rise to 3 sea gods before. The Sea Shield Prince was considered the strongest prodigy among the sea demons, but the 7 Seas goddess was just as excellent. There was even a rumor stating that she had learned all 7 grand styles from the pavilion. Mayu only smiled after hearing this. "The prince is a supreme genius, I'm sure he will become the next sea god." Fian also coldly responded, "My senior brother can compete with any other genius in this generation. The trident shall be his alone no matter who the other competitors might be." Fian's cold expression slightly melted after talking about her brother. People were taken aback after hearing her evaluation. After all, she was still a monarch, yet she held him in such high regard. This was indicative of his strength. In fact, some had heard that Fian gave up on the path of the heavens because she knew she was not as strong as her brother. Because of this, she trod the path of the Grand Era instead. The normally aloof girl couldn't help but comment more on her senior brother. He will not only become a sea god but also a user of a grand completion immortal physique. Others will only be wasting time trying to compete against him for the trident. Her demeanor unavoidably became one of yearning and adoration. Another sea demon flattered, "The prince's void physique has been famous for a long time now. Even if the 7 Seas goddess knows all 7 styles of the pavilion, she still might not be able to contend against him." Despite the glorified praise, many people exchanged glances filled with respect. This was because the Sea Shield Prince was rumored to have a half-completion immortal physique. Fian's statement today only made these rumors even more credible. "We have many talents in the heaven spirit world right now. Even though no one has come out among the Traiants, just our profound monarch and Sea Shield Prince are enough to not be afraid of any other genius in the 9 worlds when they become connected again." A young cultivator laughed after stating this. "That's right. This will be the era of our charming spirits and sea demons. As for the human race, they aren't worth mentioning." Another echoed the sentiment. "I heard that a human named Wuxia has come out recently. He is quite strong as well." A reckless boy couldn't help but comment. Chapter 1260, Divine Reflection. Seductive gaze. Many people were astounded after hearing this reckless kid. Everyone knew about the enmity between Wuxia and Gongsun Mayu since he killed her maid. And recently, he killed Fian's little brother as well. Someone next to him gently gave him a nudge. However, this kid was too honest and continued on without realizing the situation. "Why are you pushing me? I'm just telling the truth. Rumor has it that back at the Jade Sea, Wuxia refined billions of teeming fish, something that no one in history has ever dared to do before. The Traiants in that region are saying that he is as ferocious as a butcher. Everyone is afraid of him there." The people standing next to him felt helpless and wanted to make some distance between him and them. They looked away as if to say that they didn't know this crazy fella. Fian, who was sitting there coldly, scowled after hearing this, but she didn't act up. Nevertheless, many still noticed her displeasure and immediately spoke. "I have heard about the blood sacrifice as well, but that's only a rumor. The real mastermind was the peacock tree. Wuxia was only an errand boy carrying out instructions. But it was still refining an entire army of teeming fish. The young boy was unrelenting. He still dared to stand before so many of them. This speaks volume of his great courage. If it was me, I would have pissed my pants already. Courage at times is only blind ignorance and arrogance." Fian coldly stated, cultivators rely on power, ignorance will only lead to death. Shut up, no more from you. The senior of the reckless boy noticed Fian becoming angry and quickly slapped him. The youth felt wronged after being scolded by his senior, but he couldn't do anything besides silently smolder with indignation. He's only a human, nothing much. The heaven spirit world belongs to us sea demons and charming spirits. A human alone can't create any winds or waves. This senior laughed in order to smooth things out. Gong Sun Meiyu snickered and said, he's just a junior, that's all. There is nothing to talk about. He has been presumptuous for too long and has now provoked me, so it is time for him to die. Of course, of course. Someone immediately echoed the sentiment, a human is nothing in our heaven spirit world. So what if he is a tree controller? He can't amount to much. If these humans dare to oppose us sea demons, we'll just wipe them out completely. A bunch of ants daring to be so impudent before us dragons, bam. A slap came before this sea demon could finish speaking. It sent him flying and made him vomit blood alongside some of his teeth. I want to see who would dare to destroy my human race. A leisured voice came about. At this time, Li Chia stepped into the garden and swept through the crowd with his belittling gaze. Li Chia. Many charming spirits and sea demons immediately stood up to look at him. After seeing him, Fian's eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. Meiyu turned cold as well as she stared intensely at him. Li Chia gave them dismissive glances and nonchalantly said, hand over Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao. Fian's god monarch halos began to pulsate. She no longer hid her power as her aura ran rampant like a soaring dragon. These halos seemed to have the trajectory of stars as they shut out this area completely. The whole world turned cold before her bloodthirst. At this time, she was showing off her strongest state, so those with shallow cultivations felt their legs trembling and had to stumble several steps back. Even though they all knew she was a god monarch, it was still frightening when she emitted her god monarch's might. The sea demon that was slapped by Li Chia immediately shouted after seeing Fian channeling her energy, Goddess Shangguan, kill him. Crush this human ant into meat paste, show him no mercy for opposing our race. His expression became twisted after being slapped flying by Li Chia in front of everyone, causing him to lose all face. Boom! Li Chia kicked him down again, creating a deep pit with blood dyeing the paved slate. Li Chia demanded, let them go, this is your last chance. Fian's bloodthirst surged even more, causing everyone to shiver. Her murderous intent came sweeping by, seemingly flaying the flesh off of everyone standing nearby. Fian mercilessly exclaimed, I can let them go if you kneel and kowtow to profess your crime, then commit suicide. I will use your skull as an offering to my brother in heaven and let those two go. Otherwise, not only will you suffer a fate worse than death, those around you will suffer the same way. It seems that you still don't know life from death. Li Chia chuckled. Come and accept your death. The entire world was flipped upside down when Fian stepped forward. Her aura suppressed the entire garden so others couldn't even move half a step. Some even felt the impulse to kneel. Her aura rendered people out of breath before she even attacked. This made people exchange glances while feeling chills. Her fame as a god monarch was not baseless at all. When a god monarch is around, virtuous paragons are nothing. Even an ordinary paragon from the previous generation had to murmur after feeling the pressure. Sister Shangguan, there's no need to kill him so fast. Torture him first, let him taste the agony of betrayal and watch his friends die. Gong Sun Meiyu suddenly interjected right as Fian was about to attack. With a buzz, a bright mirror emerged behind her head. Profound runes appeared right on the mirror, everything became as bright as scintillating snow, nothing could hide before its light. Celestial reflection. A few people who knew about her looked at each other then quietly retreated to make some distance. Celestial reflection was something that only charming spirits could do. People also called it divine reflection. It was extremely heaven-defying since it could solve the mysteries of the Tao and understand the void as well as examine the changes of nature and sense the heaven and earth. She had cultivated this mirror-form constitution to a very high level, resulting in a technique that frightened the courage out of others. At this time, two people walked out from a pavilion. It was Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao who were captured earlier. They looked sluggish as if they were puppets as they stood behind Gong Sun Meiyu. Here are the ones you're looking for. Unfortunately, they are my slaves now. Meiyu's smile was bewitching. The bright mirror behind her was even more influential as it robbed others of their will. She viciously chuckled and continued, "Since you have killed my maid, your friends will be my new slaves. I will torture them until they choose the sweet release of death." Many charming spirits shuddered after seeing the two in a trance. A big shot murmured, "The seductive gaze of the divine reflection." The seductive gaze was Gong Sun Meiyu's terrifying art. She was born with a natural aptitude to be an enchantress and cultivated her mirror into this type of gaze. She was able to bewitch and control people to freely use as her puppets. Li Qie grimaced after seeing the two standing behind her and coldly uttered, "You're courting death." "Oh. Is that so?" Meiyu smiled in response, "If you fall into my hands, I will show you a fate worse than death." With that, she smiled ominously and ordered, "You two, go kill him." Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao immediately rushed out after hearing her command. They ferociously lunged for Li Qie. Even though they weren't particularly strong, especially Zhang Baitu who was quite weak, they used everything they had in order to kill Li Qie. However, Li Qie simply lowered both of his hands and immobilized the two on the spot. In the blink of an eye, his eyes shot out two rays of laws that struck their foreheads. With the sound of something unlocking, the two of them seemed to be struck by lightning and took several steps back. Young noble. Both of them woke up right away with a clear pair of eyes. Li Qie was able to dispel their confusion without a doubt. Li Qie then started walking towards Gong Sun Meiyu. "Oh. You are unexpectedly capable." Meiyu was actually startled from this, but she maintained a confident appearance and revealed a seductive smile. Chapter 1261, Crushing Your Head, Buzz. Gong Sun Meiyu's divine mirror became dazzling and illuminated the entire garden. The whole scene turned as white as snow. The spectators had a hard time keeping their eyes open. An eye emerged from her mirror. This extremely beautiful and spirited eye turned seductive in an instant. Its extraordinary splendor would cause people to instantly lose their way. "Watch out!" Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao both shouted in horror. They had suffered under her technique before and knew just how terrifying it was. However, Jian Xiaotai quickly dragged them away from the fight. "Young noble, do you really want to hit me?" Meiyu's voice was seductive to the bones. It caused others to feel weak and caused their souls to leave their bodies. Her beautiful eyes emitted strange yet enchanting glows like the limpid autumn water. Li Qie stopped and stared obsessively at her. In a short period of time, her eyes became even more charming. It sent waves right into Li Qie's eyes in order to captivate him completely. "You are so beautiful." The confused Li Qie murmured to himself while standing there motionlessly. So frightening. Many people gasped before this scene. She could control the enemy without the need to fight at all. Meiyu sneered after seeing Li Qie falling under her control and voiced her disdain. "And here I thought that you were actually strong. You can't even handle a single blow, such a Dao heart is not worth mentioning." Fian coldly glared at him. Li Qie was a dead man in her eyes. She could do whatever she wanted to him. "Sister Shengguan, you can torture him however you want now." Meiyu revealed her faint, enchanting smile again. However, this charming smile seemed very scary to the spectators. The seductive gaze in her divine reflection was too much. Once her opponent lost their mind, she could manipulate them to her whim. "Come over here." She gently beckoned him over. Li Qie seemed incredibly sluggish while being completely under her control. After hearing her order, he slowly walked towards her. Both Baitu and Yujiao were pale from fear as they cried out, young noble. However, Jian Shaotai prevented them from trying to help him. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie stood before her. She looked at her puppet and felt quite pleased with herself before smiling to say, even if you could dispel the charm, your body itself won't be able to resist the seduction. This is the most primal power, you can't withstand it at all. She was completely confident in her seductive gaze. As long as one was fixated, it wouldn't matter how powerful they wouldn't be able to control their mind. Their heart would start wavering until they fell completely under her control. She contemptuously ordered, "Okay, kneel and bow your head to apologize to Miss Shangguan until you crush your skull completely." Whoosh! Suddenly, a hand grabbed her by the hair. This sudden development was completely unexpected. She couldn't react in time because she was standing too close to him. Bam! This hand that gripped her hair slammed her head into a stone pillar until blood spattered. Bang! Another crash could be heard. Her head was swung into the pillar again. Her face was mangled completely beyond recognition. Her initially supreme features were smashed to a pulp and now looked quite scary. Li Qie was the culprit. He easily slammed her into the pillar mercilessly. Stop! Meiyu screamed as her blood energy erupted in order to escape his clutches. However, he shifted his grip to her neck. Under his hell-suppressing fist, she couldn't move at all. Bang! Her head slammed into a different pillar until it collapsed along with her skull. Blood and brain matter gushed out in the midst of this horrifying carnage. Die! Fian shouted and swiftly took action. She intertwined her 10 fingers to form a phoenix mudra. A phoenix roar echoed in the sky, it came killing with the aura of a god monarch. Its sweeping momentum could shatter the cosmos and sweep through both gods and devils alike. A god monarch's attack was incomparable. It could reverse the stars and flip the world over. She aimed to suppress Li Qie with this one move in order to regain control of the situation. However, Li Qie didn't bother looking at her phoenix mudra. He casually unleashed the Sky Destroyer fist, a fist capable of shattering myriad Dao in the vault of the sky with a sharp and overwhelming might. Screech! The phoenix cried miserably as it was split into two in an instant. After defeating the mudra, Li Qie's fist didn't stop and kept flying towards Fian at an extreme speed. It was too fast and sharp. Fian was aghast. Her halos came together to form a shield to block this attack. However, the shield couldn't stop this sharp strike. With a bang, the fist pierced through her chest. She was blown outside while her body shattered several pavilions in her path. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't pause. He slammed Meiyu into a different pillar. Pieces of her flesh continued to fly as her head was completely mashed. Such a bloody scene scared everyone out of their minds. Some couldn't even bear to watch. Meiyu used to be an irresistible temptress, but now her head had been deformed beyond recognition. The contrast was too great. Bam! At this time, Meiyu's body suddenly exploded into a blood mist. Li Qie was forced several steps back from the explosion. Little animal, you have angered me. An endless radiance blossomed from the bloody mist. Meiyu once again appeared before everyone. Her aura turned even more brilliant and her charm was amplified. Each inch of her skin became even whiter and more perfect. She intentionally revealed herself to the crowd. The spectators felt their blood boiling after seeing her cleavage. Her sweet fragrance assaulted and mesmerized them as well. This was the ultimate form of her seductive gaze. With her true fate at work, she was able to exert her seductive gaze to its limit. Her divine reflection projected itself on the sky and turned into a gigantic mirror. It poured down an incomparable light that was concentrated on Li Qie. At this moment, many cultivators in the garden felt their manhoods rise. They were immediately seduced by her sweet scent. Little animal, die. Meiyu's eyes were sparkling. Her temptation manifested into a physical form like a heavenly worm spitting out its strings to wrap around Li Qie. Insignificant trick. Li Kai didn't even lift a brow. With a buzz, his inner physique emerged. universal laws began to suppress the heavens. When the hell-suppressing godly physique came out, Li Qie seemed to turn into an oppressive god. Bang! He mercilessly stomped down on Meiyu. Activate! Meiyu responded with a cry. The mirror in the sky shifted and illuminated Li Qie even more. Boom! It didn't matter how strong her mirror was since it was useless before Li Qie's physique. She was instantly trampled beneath his foot. Li Qie coldly uttered, "You shouldn't have schemed against my people." "You," Meiyu screamed and wiggled back and forth in order to escape. Alas, she couldn't move at all due to the weight of the immortal physique. "Little friend, show mercy." An old man suddenly appeared in the garden. He reached out towards Li Qie in order to save Meiyu. Li Qie spread out his palm and a black hole emerged and instantly engulfed this man. Under the Heaven Devourer evil fist, even this old man could do nothing but accept his banishment. Ancestor. Jian Shaotai was shocked to see the banishment. Li Qie insipidly said, "No one can save you." The hell-suppressing physique activated and came crashing down, obliterating Meiyu. "No!" She screamed before her death. Her true fate was shattered and turned into bright particles that slowly dispersed. There was not the slightest trace of her left in the aftermath. Chapter 1262. The person in the coffin. The entire scene was eerily quiet after Meiyu's particles dispersed. The crowd could hear each other breathing. There was no other sound because people had yet to return from their shock. Fian, on the other hand, noticed that the situation was quite dire after her chest was penetrated. She immediately ran for dear life without pausing at all. At this moment, she didn't give a damn about maintaining the appearance of a god monarch. Eventually, people calmed down and noticed the messy garden. They stared in a daze at this astonishing event. They all knew about Meiyu's cultivation, and her seductive gaze was even more terrifying. As for Shangguan Fian, despite being an intermediate monarch, she was still not a match for Li Qie and was suppressed after a single exchange. One could say that she was being careless and didn't use her weapons. Nevertheless, she was strong enough that her bare hands could still slay ordinary paragons. Thus, it was surprising that she suffered against Li Qie and was forced to flee. Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao were slack-jawed and couldn't react in a long time. They knew that Li Qie was very strong, but not to this level. He crushed Meiyu like an ant. Earlier, they were worried that he might be manipulated by her seductive gaze. It looked like their anxiety was needless since Li Qie was only pretending earlier. Whoosh! When everyone was still stunned, the void opened and an old man walked out. It was the person Li Qie banished right before finishing off Meiyu. He was able to escape from deep space without suffering any damage in a leisurely manner. This was indicative of his great power. Despite his gray hair, his complexion was still good, for he was in high spirits and had a youthful vigor. Despite restraining his terrifying aura, just his eyes alone could shatter stars and create a grand Tao. His gaze alone was enough to instill cold chills into others. An old paragon recognized him and murmured, "The Jian grandfather." He was the current master of the Jian clan, the reason for this celebration, Jian Longwei. "Friend, you have crossed the line." Jian Longwei couldn't help but shake his head. "This is stirring the hornet's nest, a great catastrophe. I'm afraid no one in the human race can protect you when it has escalated to this level." Jian Longwei had no hostility against Li Qie. In fact, he even liked the guy for being so gifted. Unfortunately, he had killed Meiyu and gravely wounded Fian. This was offending two great powers in the heaven spirit world. Even Jian Longwei would have a difficult time protecting him after this major event. Li Qie smiled and replied, "Only the roaring conch, it can't be considered a catastrophe." Jian Longwei didn't know how to respond after seeing Li Qie's relaxed demeanor. He assumed that this was a case of a calf not being afraid of a tiger and said, "The roaring conch can command 100 tribes, to oppose them is to seek death. Longwei, leave." Before he could finish, a feeble voice sounded in his mind. This voice was not loud and only Jian Longwei could hear it. However, he seemed to have been struck by lightning after hearing this voice. He even thought that he had misheard and found it completely unbelievable. This matter actually alerted their progenitor. Li Qie casually pointed forward and a portal appeared, then he disappeared inside it right away. Many couldn't react in time after the portal went away, so they just stood there looking silly. So strong. Eventually, a person murmured after their mind returned, no wonder why he dared to help the peacock tree refine 1 billion teeming fish. This is a mass murderer, a death god. No, we have to call him the fiercest. Fiercest. Someone carefully thought over this title and found that it was very fitting. Gongsun Meiyu was the profound monarch's favorite concubine, but Li Qie killed her without a care. Just how decisive and ruthless was he? Such a person was indeed worthy of being called fiercest. Jian Longwei regained his composure as well and told Jian Shaotai, take care of the guests. In the depths of the Jian clan was a forbidden ground. A pond was sealed in this place, but it was more apt to call it a coffin made out of water. This coffin was in the center and emitted a flashing amber hue. Each ray of light seemed tangible. This liquid amber coffin was so strong that even the seal couldn't contain it completely. People could still feel the faint immortal fragrance of a dragon's saliva. After catching a whiff, they would feel their bloodline become several times stronger as if they were about to turn into a true dragon. They would feel that dragons were surging through the blood in their veins. An old man dressed in a simple style was sleeping inside this coffin. Despite his humble robes, he had the image of a stately emperor. It was as if he had once soared above the 9 heavens, rising above the world. He was a natural-born leader. Buzz. A portal appeared and Li Qie came out of it. He went in front of the water coffin to look at the old man before slowly sitting down and giving a gentle sigh after a while. Splash. The sound of water splashing came about. The old man submerged in this coffin floated above its surface and opened his eyes, revealing his devastating power. He wanted to sit up, but Li Qie gently waved his sleeve and said, Jian Wen, there's no need for formalities. If you climb out, it will be problematic to reseal you, so just lie there. He rested his head down and emotionally looked at Li Qie. Your Excellency, it really is you. You have regained your real body. Li Qie sat there in a carefree manner and nodded. It is thanks to Lil Blackie. He paid a great price. The old man in the coffin gently sighed in response. Your Excellency, everything Blackie had was thanks to you. You gave him life, gave him invincibility. What he did was simply to repay you. Li Qie sat there and watched his friend who had grown old. He had seen this kind of thing too many times already. Time is merciless. Even the old man's dragon saliva cannot seal you much longer. Li Qie lamented, you are now old, no longer as mighty as before. The old man smiled in response, I'm quite satisfied after living for so long. It is all due to the blessings of your Excellency and Master. Li Qie agreed, that old man indeed treated you as his own. It looks like I was right to leave you and your sister to him. The old man chuckled. Even a powerful existence like him still smiled like a child before Li Qie. It was as if he had returned to the past. Back then, they were vagabonds without a home. Their days were filled with anxiety and fear, running from one place to another until they met a certain crow. That was the day that they found peace and understood what the word happiness meant. Your Excellency, have you visited Big Sis? The old man showed a pure smile like a little boy. Li Qie was quiet for a while before nodding his head, yes. I didn't want to return after all these years, but I still had to bid her a final farewell. The old man pondered as well before replying, Big Sis had no regrets. She only lamented the fact that she couldn't surpass her final Tao test in her heart in order to accompany you to the very end. She wanted to apologize to you for being an obstacle to your eternal path. Li Qie gently sighed, just let the past go, I don't blame her either. I have forgotten about such distant matters. If I took everything to heart, I would never be at peace. The old man happily added, I have always thought that your excellency would never return and that I wouldn't be able to see you again. I'm quite content now to see you one last time. Li Qia nodded but stayed quiet. Eventually, the old man softly asked, Your Excellency, are you here to say goodbye? You can say that. Li Qia affirmed, it might be for good this time. Seeing you one last time will fulfill one of my wishes. He asked with a very strange and complicated expression, Are you going up there now? It is a world where gods and emperors coexist. Chapter 1263, Jian Wendy. Li Qia smiled after seeing the old man's dazed appearance and casually commented, You said that your big sis couldn't cross the final hurdle, but isn't it the same for you? Your Excellency, you are right about that. It is the same for me, please don't laugh. The old man regained his composure and smiled wryly. It's nothing. Li Qia waved his sleeve in response, If you wish to know, I can tell you. No. The old man shook his head with a firm demeanor. I don't want to know, nor do I want to ask a single thing. He is he and I am I. Even if he was an immortal emperor admired by the masses, he is but a stranger in my mind. He resolutely declared, even though his blood runs through my veins, in my eyes, I have severed all ties with him, and so have my sister and mother. The moment we had to flee for dear life that day was the moment we were no longer related to him. My surname is Jian, my sister's surname is Jian, and so is our mother's. Li Qia sighed after seeing his expression, Just let it go. Everything will be buried in the river of time. Yes, it is over already, who will still remember or know about it? The dazed old man quietly whispered, But my big sis was haunted by this shadow her whole life. She was born to be extraordinary, destined to be great, yet she chose to live a mundane life. It was all because she had a father who wanted to kill his own daughter. Jian Wendy was the name of this old man. He was also the progenitor of the Jian clan and Jian Wenxin's younger brother. The origin of the Jian clan had always been a secret in the heaven spirit world. No one knew where they came from. In fact, this matter hid a great secret that those who knew about would rather keep silent. The Jian clan came from the mortal emperor world, and Jian Wendy and Jian Wenxin were the children of an immortal emperor. Unfortunately, they couldn't enjoy their lives as a prince and princess. This emperor used murder to prove his Tao. The moment he reached the top, an inner demon appeared that he failed to defeat. Due to his murderous Tao, he was doomed to a path of ruthless killing. Before his ascension, he already had a wife and children. Because of this, he couldn't reach the ultimate state of emotionlessness and ruthlessness. In order to do this, he had to remove his restraints. Thus, before the Grand Tao, he wanted to sever all emotions by killing his own blood in order to prove his Tao. Alas, he failed at first. His followers were able to save his family and take them away from him. However, he was only half a step away from becoming an emperor at this point, so he was completely unbeatable. Those who protected his family couldn't escape his wrath. From then on, Jian Wendy's mother fled with her 2 children all across the 9 worlds. Later on, they met a crow who gave them the idea of faking their own deaths in order to escape. Their father truly thought that they had died, so he finally defeated his inner demon to prove his Tao and became an invincible immortal emperor. After becoming an emperor, he became even more powerful. He was able to calculate his own bloodline and realized that his son and daughter were still alive. The consequences were easy to imagine. All of the seniors that protected his wife and children died in the battle. The Dark Crow had to appear once again to rescue them from his clutches. Because their father was an emperor, he was invincible in that generation with nobody capable of stopping him. At the same time, the bloodline of their father ran through their bodies, so they couldn't escape his vision no matter where they went. Ultimately, in order to escape the hunt, their mother committed suicide while their bloodline was sealed by the Dark Crow. He then entrusted the children to another extremely powerful being that eventually hid them away. Because their bloodline had been sealed and their bodies disappeared into the most secretive dimension in this world, even the emperor couldn't calculate where they were hiding via their bloodline. In the end, the emperor gave up. The sister and brother finally managed to escape this calamity. As more generations went by, their sealed bloodline was eventually unlocked. They were able to appear in this world once more. The invincible existence that had protected them all this time took them in as disciples. Because of this, these two were able to start the Jian clan. It's over, everything is now gone. Jian Wendy eventually shook his head and said, I am a member of the Jian clan, the past no longer has anything to do with me. Ever since the start of their escape, the two had decided to take their mother's surname in order to cut off all relations with their father. Li Qie felt a bit sorrowful while looking at Jian Wendy. Even though the two of them were able to escape, the whole experience still cast an indelible shadow that hung over their hearts for the rest of their lives. Her sister was born to be extraordinary, and extraordinary she was. Alas, she ultimately pursued the peaceful life of a mortal. Because of this, she gave up competing for the heaven's will and a chance to become an emperor. Nevertheless, due to her great wisdom, she couldn't truly experience this peaceful lifestyle. Luckily, Jian Wendy handled it much better. Even though he couldn't surpass the Dao block in his heart, the Jian clan, under his leadership, still prospered and became an inheritance that lasted to this day. After a good while, Jian Wendy commented with regret, It is a pity that I cannot follow you, Your Excellency, to serve you during your journey. Li Qie waved his sleeve and flatly said, It is enough for you to stay here and protect the Jian clan. As for paying me back, your sister has done plenty. You don't owe me anything. Jian Wendy disagreed, No, Your Excellency. In my mind, you are my second parent. Without you, my sister and I wouldn't have survived and my Jian clan definitely wouldn't be what it is today. I only hate the fact that I don't wish to go further, I can't face it. Li Qie sighed, I'm also very happy to see the current Jian clan. This place can be considered my home as well. Jian Wendy smiled innocently like a child in front of Li Qie. It was thanks to Li Qie that the two of them were able to have the courage to live on. Jian Wendy issued a command, Tell Longwei and Xiao Tai to come here. Jian Longwei eventually entered with Jian Xiao Tai behind him. The two were quite startled to see Li Qie casually sitting there. Jian Longwei was 8,000 years old now, but the times he had met the progenitor could be counted on one's hand. Outside of earth-shattering events, the progenitor normally wouldn't summon him. As for Jian Xiaotai, he had only met the progenitor once. It was during his coming of age. From then on, he wasn't summoned again. In fact, not many members of any clan would be able to see their progenitors. This included the ancestors as well. Jian Wendy ordered the two, kneel before His Excellency. Even though the two didn't know the reason, they didn't dare to disobey their progenitor, so they respectfully kneeled before Li Qie. Jian Wendy slowly said, Long Wei is the current clan master while Xiao Tai is the next, so you two should know some things about our clan. His Excellency before you is our benefactor and the master of our clan. Our clan was able to exist because of his protection. Remember our eternal creed, His Excellency is our Lord and His commands are my commands. The two of them were inevitably shocked to hear this. This was especially true for Long Wei since he had been the clan master for a long time, so he was privy to a few secrets. He knew that there was a great and mysterious character that helped create the Jian clan. He didn't expect that he would be able to see this legendary existence in his lifetime. This disciple greets Your Excellency. He calmed down and bowed his head towards Li Qie. Each bow was very sincere as his head touched the ground. Each knock seemingly came from his heart. Your Excellency, Jian Xiaotai also did the same. He didn't know as much as Long Wei, but as the successor, he had still heard of a few things about this legend. He didn't expect to see a mythical being that could even ambush immortal emperors. Moreover, this existence had been right beside him for the last several days. Rise. Li Qie accepted the grand gesture from these two and gently waved his hand. After these two stood up, Jian Wendy ordered, Take your leave, I will talk to His Excellency now. They motioned a respectful gesture before quietly retreating. The children are filial and gifted at both fighting and scheming, so I am not worried about the Jian clan at all. Li Qia nodded. As long as the old geezer is still there, the Jian clan just needs to do its own thing. Nothing will be able to cause trouble for the clan as it continues to stand strong. Chapter 1264, Garden in the Sky. Li Qia sat together with Jian Wendy. The two of them chatted about different matters and the Jian clan. Unwittingly, the two of them returned to the past when Jian Wendy was still a child while Li Qia was still the same as ever. Your Excellency, are you really going up again? Jian Wendy knew the answer, but he still had to ask again. Li Qia smiled. Yes, what must come shall come. I have to face it after all. You should know that no one can stop my journey to the very end. I am destined to do so because someone must. Jian Wendy knew that nothing could change this. The truth was that he knew what the answer was long ago. In the past, his sister had tried to stop him as well, but like Li Qia said, no one was able to stop his destiny. An age of gods and emperors together, Jian Wendy sighed and didn't know what to say. Perhaps he should wish Li Qia luck. Li Qia looked at him and smiled. It is a brilliant era that makes the blood boil. At the same time, it is also a cruel place. The greater the momentum, the more merciless it is. I know, it is a shame that I won't be able to see the scene of dragons competing against tigers with my own eyes. Jian Wendy nodded softly. Li Qia replied, you had the chance back then. You could have avoided Hong Tian's generation and came out a few years later to become an emperor. Then you would have been able to see this brilliant era. After hearing this, Jian Wendy revealed a smile that encompassed many different emotions. There was a mix of inexplicable bitterness yet acceptance as he answered, Immortal Emperor, so what? Invincibility, so what? It is only an ephemeral firework blossoming above the river of time. I am very content with how many descendants I have now. There's nothing else I would ask for. Li Qia felt sentimental while looking at Jian Wendy. Neither of the brother and sister could overcome the void in their hearts. Their father had left an unsurpassable shadow in their minds. It caused them to prefer a mundane life untempted by invincibility. Both were apprehensive about becoming an existence like their father. Jian Wendy regretfully said, I do wish that I could follow your excellency to the end of the world like Immortal Emperor Min Ren and the others. I'm very happy about what you have today. Your Jian clan is prosperous and stronger than anything. Li Qia happily smiled, plus, even if you become an Immortal Emperor, I wouldn't want you to follow me to the end of the world. Like Immortal Emperor Min Ren and Empress Hong Tian, they have their own paths as well. Li Qia flatly explained, the ultimate war is my personal ambition and desire. It has nothing to do with others, so I don't want to tie them to my war chariot. Jian Wendy quietly nodded. There were too many things beyond his reach since someone as extraordinary as him was still trapped by his fate. After a while, Li Qia smiled and asked, has the old man run out again? Jian Wendy smiled back and replied, it's only natural that after being still for so long, Master would want to take a break and play outside. All of them gave off this sense of familiarity, a déjà vu of sorts. Li Qia appeared in this garden that was forbidden to outsiders without express permission from its master. Regardless of how powerful or heaven-defying one might be, they wouldn't be able to enter this place. Li Qia had a beaming smile on his face while looking at the busy old men in this garden. He didn't greet them and only headed straight for the wooden house. The old men ignored Li Qia as well and continued with their tasks as if they didn't see his arrival. In front of this cabin was a tea table with 2 wooden chairs. On one side was an old man fanning a fire to boil his tea. All of his attention was on this task. His eyes seemed to be jumping along with the fire while he was unaware of Li Qia. Li Qia didn't break the old man's focus and only smiled as he sat down. The wooden chair was so comfortable that it made people want to close their eyes to sleep. It was as if it was specifically tailored for Li Qia. It fit his body perfectly. Just a bit longer would be too big while an inch less would make it too narrow. There was no room for criticism. He slowly closed his eyes as if to sleep. Meanwhile, the old man making his tea still didn't notice Li Chia. All of his focus was on making his tea. Eventually, the old man finally finished and added the tea leaves. A sweet fragrance came out as he poured himself a cup and one for Li Chia as well. The steam that rose from the hot tea actually condensed above the cups to form dragons. One could even faintly hear the wondrous cries of these dragons. Chapter 1265. Old man Li Chia seemed to wake up as he accepted the teacup. He gently took a sip, letting the tea seep into his belly. There was an indescribable comfort that stemmed from the perfect temperature. Dragon cries resounded from his belly as if he had just swallowed a gigantic dragon. Li Chia couldn't help but praise. A great tea like this dragon tea can only be found in this place. The aftertaste was incredible as well. He finally opened his eyes fully and found the garden to be at peace. The old men that were gardening earlier had all disappeared, only Li Chia and the old temaker were left. At this time, the old man seated himself in the other chair and slowly savored the taste of his tea in a natural and leisurely manner. It was as if he was drinking a tea of immortals. In fact, his tea was not far from being an immortal tea. Even immortal emperors wouldn't necessarily be able to drink his dragon tea. After finishing his cup, Li Chia sighed with great satisfaction. The old man finished as well. Li Chia smiled and teased, "Old man, it seems that you can't stand the loneliness again? Is that why you are playing around like this?" The old man lied down comfortably in his chair and chuckled. "Being in bed for too long makes my arms and legs numb, so I had to get up to do some work. Toiling is unavoidable in life after all. Being hard at work is good. I was actually afraid you would panic from having nothing to do." Li Chia smiled back. The old man happily looked at the countless strange flowers in the garden and said in a carefree manner, "What can I do with these old bones of mine? Don't worry about that, Crow. Plus, I can't leave the giant dragon mountain either way, so I'm just running around and playing the merchant, just some coolie's works." Li Chia laughed. He was truly enjoying the carefree atmosphere at the garden. This was a conversation with someone at the same level as him, yet they weren't enemies. It was a very enjoyable matter. "I thought you would continue to plot and hide behind the scenes until all the old men take action. I didn't expect you to come out in this generation." The old man stated, "It is quite surprising that you were able to resist the supreme artifact in the immortal demon grotto as well. I actually thought that you would return there and try to seize it. Am I really that kind of person?" Li Chia couldn't help but smile. "I have always been upright. I'm not the type to scheme like that." "Upright?" The old man burst out in laughter. "If a crow like you claims to be upright, then even the high heavens would start tearing up from laughing." Li Chia was amused as well. Eventually, he replied, "After I left, that existence in the grotto still figured out some way to make my situation very unstable. Lilv Blackie was too anxious. In a fit of rage, he recklessly charged in there." He sighed softly at this point. "That brat always treated you as a father." The old man dismissively said, "Outside of that little girl, nothing else is as important to him as you, so of course he did what he did." Li Chia replied with remorse, "Back then when I took him to the mortal emperor world, I only hoped for him to be able to soar to the 9 heavens like an eagle. Unfortunately, he couldn't let go of a few things and decided to stay in the mortal emperor world. Because of that, well, you know what happened to him afterward. His decision also made you lose the opportunity to seize the grotto. Haven't you always been scheming for that item? Unfortunately, you failed." The old man stood up and chuckled. "It is true that I want the item, but only if it doesn't risk many people's lives. I can only say that I got very close to doing so. I guess certain things were doomed from the start." Li Chia gently shook his head. "Heh, this is fine too. If it wasn't for Lil Blackie getting you out of there and, by chance, if you actually obtained that item, the old heavens would turn blind. If you could obtain all the supreme items that you wanted, how could others bear such injustice?" Even the villainous heavens wouldn't want to live on in such an unfair world. The old man cheerfully gloated at Li Qia's misfortune. Just let the past go. I've grown tired of living after such a long life anyway. Li Qia smiled. Since Lilith Blackie has saved me, I'll just live freely through this generation and go all out. I'll finish what must be done, there's no need to worry about life and death afterward. But being able to give up is really nice, Li Qia lamented. By letting things go, everything else will feel acceptable in life. Or rather, many other things are insignificant compared to just being alive. As long as you don't care, things that used to be important will no longer matter. Like the drifting clouds, they won't be worth mentioning. Damned crow, it is not the same for you. The old man smiled and replied, I have lost completely. This made me realize that I have other things to protect in life, such as my children. If you give up, you would be wasting your immortality. The old man reflected, if possible, you should gamble everything just once. If you win, you will have everything. If you lose, at least lose everything as well after utilizing everything at your disposal. After suffering an utter defeat, you might be able to see through it and let go. With that, he smiled, when you don't have anything left to bet with, you will have no choice but to give up. Maybe. Li Qia had a somber expression as he responded, if I'm able to put everything on the table, then I might as well gamble it all away just once. When Wenxin asked me why I can't stop, the truth is that I didn't know back then either. Perhaps it is because I haven't tasted true defeat, being left with nothing but empty hands. Maybe this defeat will even end with my death. Regardless of victory or defeat or even death, there is nothing to be afraid of. The old man said, your life has been quite productive. For many generations, who has led a more brilliant life than you? You have experienced and done everything possible. Even if you stay as an ant, it would still have been a good life. An ant trapped between the heaven and earth, Li Qia eventually shook his head and smiled before putting on a determined look, even as an ant, I still don't want to hide. One day, I will stand above all else. My destiny is my own, the heavens will not decide my fate. That's what I want to hear. The old man laughed in agreement, even as an ant, you would still rather be an extraordinary ant than an insignificant one. Well said. Li Qia chuckled, yes, I want to be an extraordinary ant. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.